Was not expecting a cleaning arc for the mahou ending. Hello, welcome on in. It is time for the Steins of Gates. Let me get this silly little thing in full screen for us, shall I? But anyways, are you ready for the mahou ending? We're slowly but surely getting all the little guys. Me referring to endings as little guys is a little cursed, but that's okay. Mahou is very skunkly, yes, she is Tinipsy. I need to go back to Orbital Eclipse for Mahou, according to my little note here. So now we can speedrun from here. Yay! Steins Gate speedrun. Okay, what's in this one? Ryan. About Kaguri, is there something bothering you? Did you find a way to get her memories back? You worried about her? Let's go with the first option. Is there something bothering you? I'm honestly a little relieved that Kaguri lost her memories, oh dear. I'm scared that they might come back. I'm sure she hates me. No. But you still want them to come back anyway, right? Yeah, I guess. Dwelling on the past don't help. It just kind of bothers me. Sorry, don't tell anyone about this. Got it. Being a good uncle. Get back to our speedrun. Gnomes. Mewing through the days. It won't take long for us to get to the thing we need to get to another ending. Okay. This is the one we have to ignore to get the mahou ending. Because if I recall correctly, after we answered it, is then we got that little Kree suicide, which is exciting, so. Just as I'm about to put my phone back in my pocket and ring again. At first I thought that Mahou might have forgotten to tell me something, but when I saw the screen I gasped. What's this? Okarin? Who's calling? I stared at the screen, unable to answer. The phone kept ringing. What was the meaning of this? Why would Amadeus, who's been taken over, be calling me? Was this some kind of trap? What should I do? Answer it? Or... I hesitated a moment, and the call from Amadeus ended. My phone fell silent. What's going on? And right after that, I suddenly felt incredibly dizzy and everything went black. Another time I got this. World line change. There we go. Time change I guess isn't entirely wrong, but you know. What? What's going on? You know what's going on. Don't play stupid. 08, huh? Okay, yep. That's definitely different. Amadeus and Salieri. Kurisu and me. Why is Kurisu's sprite so much closer than yours, Mahou? I know she's taller than you, but like, come on. These two pairings held a special meaning for me. Kurisu big, yeah. She's up close. Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart. A famous musician, known and loved worldwide, unless your name is Leo Tsukunaga, who hates Mozart. His name at baptism was Johannes Christomus Wolfgangus Theophilus Mozart. Okay. I would rather talk about the brain science. Theophilus is a Greek word meaning beloved of God. Mozart liked it and chose Amadeus, a Latin word meaning the same thing as his nickname. I see. Learning. At the end of his tragically short 35-year life, he left us over 600 masterpieces. Was Amadeus truly a special person, beloved and granted special, unique gifts by God? I mean, 600 masterpieces is a lot to write. Just saying. I didn't think so. He was a genius, sure, but I think Amadeus had his own struggles and suffering to overcome. I think I got too used to Amadeus being referring to the little program, so like it threw me off when that was followed up with he/him pronouns. No matter how wonderful a diamond in the rough might be, it's worth noting it's unless you polish it. Writing off his success as the result of his gifts is an insult to the effort and struggle he put into his work. But at the same time, if you want to be Mozart, don't you need the same level of raw talent he had? There are a lot of people in this world with that kind of talent. But time to bring up that Mozart indeed jumped around on chairs and started meowing when he was bored. Yes. I love that fact for him so much. Kurisu Makise. To me, that was her. You could feel her talent just by looking at her. And yes, I can feel her brain juices all over. I don't know why I said that, please. Her constant stream of new ideas is always a source of inspiration to me. Inspiration, well, okay, I need to stop with the All-Stars references, but it's really been specifically Leo this entire time. I can't help it. I was proud to be able to work with her. But I didn't know what I meant to her. It was embarrassing to ask. I always hoped I'd get the chance to bring up the subject someday. No, we kinda can't. She's a little dead. But then on July 28th, 2010... Imagine if it ended up being on July 29th. I don't know how Spooky would feel about that. It's so close. Kurisu Makise passed away. And I lost the chance to find out what I meant to her forever. Yup. Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart. This is reminding me of fucking Himeru saying Tatsumi Kazahaya. Anyways. During his life, there's a man very close to him who considered him his greatest rival. His name was Antonio Salieri. I took my account name on the Victor Condré University network, Salieri, from him. The network got a big update a few weeks after Kurisu died. That's when I chose it. I wanted to match the name of the software that Kurisu and I had been working on before her death, which I still worked on to this day. There is no more meaning to it than that. The name of that software was Amadeus. It was Dr. Lex who came up with the idea of naming this neural network-based AI after the genius composer. At the time, I thought it was a good idea, and I still do today. I still do today. Amadeus and Salieri. Kurisu and me. Oh, now Mahou's closer. These two pairings held a special meaning for me. I loved Kurisu. Daisuki datta. I respected Kurisu. Okay, not to bring up All-Stars for the umpteenth time, but that just, like, when Chiaki said, I respect you, Kanata, and then Sophie was immediately, he's in love with him. Just kind of reverse of that, I suppose. I admired Kurisu. Here we go. The sense of dizziness that I experienced so many times before slowly faded. I was standing in the middle of the room, holding my phone. There was no question that I was reading Steiner. The world line had changed. But why? What was the cause? Was it that message from Amadeus? No, I could worry about the cause later. For now, I needed to know what was going on. I looked around the lab. The place hadn't seemed to change much, but several people were missing. The missing ones were Kaede, Fubuki, and Ferris. Tedder was sitting in front of his PC like always. Mayuri was in the kitchen making instant coffee. She handed the steaming hot coffee to Mahou, who was sitting on the sofa. Mahou, have some coffee. It'll calm you down. Thanks. I'll take it. Question mark. Mahou? Mahou was here at the lab. Before the world line change, she should have been at her office in Walker City. Yeah. Kinda think of it. I hadn't anything to eat all day. You should fix that, Missy. I can't blame you after what happened. Want some food? All we've got is chicken wings and bananas and snacks, though. I mean, it's not too bad of a selection. Or should I get a boxed lunch from a convenience store? Oh, maybe we could order pizza. Now I want pizza. That's mean. Thanks, but I'm okay. I'm not that hungry. I'll need to change hotels too, after what happened. I'll probably have to fill out some paperwork, so I'll be back later. Sure you shouldn't just rest for today? You look pale. You can stay here at the lab if you want. Suzuha's not here, so you'd have the place to yourself. Where's Suzuha? Or is she at the shrine? You're right, yeah, she'd be at the shrine. With Kagari and Lukako. I listened for a while, but all I learned was that something bad had happened to Mahou. She was staying here for a while. Did it have something to do with Amadeus being taken over? Hiyajo, what happened? Mahou, Daru, and Mayuri all seem stunned at the question. What do you mean, what happened? Oh, I'm just having trouble taking it all in. He's getting better about lying. What happened to Amadeus? Did you get the connection back online? I tried asking, but Mahou just frowned, as if she didn't know how to answer. Did that mean that Amadeus wasn't taken over at all in this world line? A Rhine message. Hello, Moeka. Aw, come on, Okabe. There's nobody in the Wako City office right now. For real, huh? Moeka. Kiryu. Why would she be sending me a Rhine? Why is she speaking? Yes. What? I screamed when I realized that Moeka was right behind me. Where did you come from? Thoughts. I've been behind you the whole time. Oh dear. Sure, I may not stand out much, but seeing you look like you just ran into a ghost kind of hurts, you know? She would use the emotes. Were you here the whole time? Thoughts? Yes. Did that mean I told Moeka she could come to the lab? What was going on here? What do you mean, empty? She was probably talking about the Brain Science Institute's office in Wako City. No one was there. It's closed. Closed? Thoughts. Moeka's fingers raced over the phone. No, I just explained this. There was a gas leak at the lab yesterday. Oof. The facility's been locked down until they determine the cause. Dr. Hiyajo and Professor Luxnanin have moved their lab to Tokyo Denki University in the meantime. Jealous. There was a gas leak yesterday. I didn't remember that. The world line change must have altered the past. And so Hiyajo came here. I just told you, remember? That's part of it. But someone ransacked my hotel room this morning. So Moeka told me how to contact you. Did you forget? Moeka told you, but... This world line is very bizarre. I'm glad you were okay. Did you run into the thief? No, I was lucky. You could say it's thanks to Kiryu. And that was the only bit of luck we had. So that's how. I kind of understood how Mahou had arrived here. And by the way, where's Kagari? Thunder looked at me again, confused. Is Kagari not in this world line? But Mayuri smiled. I think she's in Iwate right now. I hope she gets to see her family. Huh? What the fuck is happening in this world line? Iwate? Why Iwate? Where did that come from? That's my question too! They found her family? Yep. So Luca and Luca's dad and Suzu all went to see them. Huh? Suha's with them, so it'll be fine. Family. Iwate. Things have changed more than I had imagined. Same. If Kagari was in Iwate, that meant that we hadn't been attacked last night too. What'd you miss? A lot, actually. But also not a lot at the same time, because we're trying to figure out what changed. So we went back to before we answered the call from Amadeus for the previous two endings for when we first got into a world line change where we saw Kurisu in the lab. So before that, we didn't answer Amadeus's call. So this was like post the attack and like things like that. And from there, Mahou had a little monologue thing educating us about Mozart, and then we officially started her ending after that because of the little chapter announcement thing. And now we're figuring out what is different in this world line. And so far, there was a gas leak in the Wako City like lab for Mahou's thing. So they're now gonna be like her little crew is gonna be at Tokyo Denki University for things. And Mahou's hotel room is still ransacked, and she's going to be staying at the lab. And then apparently Kagari has family in Iwate, so Suzu, Lukako, and Lukako's dad are going to went to Iwate. So yeah, that's the briefing, but it's very confusing. Yeah, if Kagari was in Iwate, that meant we had been attacked last night too. So instead of attacking Kagari, they hit Mahou's hotel room. This is getting confusing. That's what I said! I knew it would make her think I was a weirdo, but I had Mahou explain to me what happened once more. From what she said, most of yesterday hadn't changed much. Mahou, daughter Fubuki, Kade, Nae, and I had all gone to Yonobayashi Shrine. Yay, let's kill Seiji again. Ligako, Mayuri, Kagari, Suzaha, and Ferris were all helping at the shrine in their priestess outfits. That fit with what I remembered. After that, we went to Lukako's house and had a small New Year's party. That's a little different. And then Lukako's father shared some surprising news with us. Oh, maybe that's why they didn't get attacked at the lab then, because they were still at the shrine. He'd found out that someone who might be a relative of Kaguri's lived in Iwate. Everyone is excited, because if they found a relative, it might be the key to getting Kaguri's memories back. So early this morning, Lukako and Suzuha went with them to Iwate. Meanwhile, Mahou had gotten a call from Dr. Lixton on her way back from the party. That's when he told her about the gas leak at the office in Wako City. One of the pipes on another floor had some sort of problem, and a small amount of poisonous gas had leaked out into the air. They didn't know what the cause was right now. Until they knew the cause, they decided to shut down the office for safety reasons. Depending on what they found, it could take anywhere from a week to a month to resolve the issue. Mahou had a lot of work to do because of the office closure, and she was out working until morning. Then she went back to the hotel and slept until she was woken up by a call around 10 a.m. Miss Kiryu is here to see you in the lobby, ma'am. That's right. I had that interview today, but I thought she was going to call my phone. The battery's dead. After all the chaos last night, I must have forgotten to charge it when I got back to the hotel. She'd fallen asleep without even changing clothes. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and left the room, wearing the same outfit she had on last night. She grabbed her bag, which held a bunch of her documents and her computer, since she thought she did need it for the interview. In the end, that was what saved her. So I went down to the lobby to talk to Kiryu, and then we chatted for a while and came back up to my room. There were so many people in the lobby that I didn't think I could conduct a good interview. And when I got inside, in those few minutes, someone had broken in and ransacked my room. They'd even ripped the bed and pillows open with a knife, so the whole room was covered with cotton. Jeez. I'm no good, huh? I was too panicked to do anything. Afterward, I called the front desk and then the police. After the police got done with their questioning, Dr. Hiyaja still hadn't calmed down, so I decided to message you and have her rest at the lab. Was anything stolen? The cops asked, so I checked, but I couldn't find anything. My wallet was in my bag. And she wasn't out of the room for long. That's right, so maybe the thief couldn't stay long. Knowing you, they'd probably be more interested in your research data than your money, right? I don't have to worry about that. All the data and papers are stored on the university server. Nothing's kept on the computer itself. That's convenient. What about the other thing? The other thing? That laptop and hard drive. I didn't need to tell her that I was talking about the ones that had belonged to Kurisu. They're fine. Mahou pointed to the back sitting beside the sofa. They were still in my bag. That's good. I see. And even if someone had stolen them, they couldn't access them without the password. What do you think they were after? Oh, they were an industrial spy. Probably my computer and papers. Think the office gas leak has anything to do with it? I don't know. I couldn't say. Mahou's smartphone rang. It was plugged in at the corner of the room, charging. Evidently, not charged enough to turn back on. Mahou put her coffee cup to the table and stood up. Moeka looked at her, worried. Are you okay? Yeah, thanks. Mahou took the phone from the charger and looked at it. But she quickly glanced back at me. It's from Kurisu. Sounds. Kurisu? Did that mean the Amadeus hadn't been taken over? Mahou answered the call, turning the phone so I could see it. Mahou, are you okay? Are you hurt? They didn't get rough with you or anything, right? Kurisu sound? Okabe? What are you doing with Mahou? Are you two already that close? Kurisu, please, no. I like her phone brand is Wokia. You can barely see it. I don't think you guys can see it at all because I think that's where my avatar is. But that is the brand of Mahou's phone. Wokia. That's not it, Kurisu. I'm at the lab right now. I'm so glad. You're safe then. Yeah, so calm down. How can I stay calm? I called you a dozen times and you never picked up. And when I searched the internet, I saw there was a robbery at the hotel, and it was definitely in your room. I was so worried. Okay, I got it. I apologize. Sorry. Thanks, Kurisu. I'm fine. It's true that I was robbed, but I didn't run into the thief. I'm taking a break here right now. I just forgot to charge my phone is all. I must have really worried you, huh? No. If nothing happened, that's fine. That's... Kurisu didn't seem to have changed at all. Mo explained the events of yesterday to her, the same way she'd explained them to me. So nothing was really stolen. Kurisu seemed to be lost in thought. What's wrong? So were they after the research data then? But they put a lot of effort into learning about Mahou-tan, right? They knew what hotel she was staying at, what room she was in, and they were able to hit it as soon as she left. So true. Does it make sense that they knew all that and didn't know there was no research data at the hotel? So maybe they were after the laptop in her bag. Yep. I can guarantee it. But the only people who should know about that are me, Mahou, and Okabe. Should, yeah. And me too. I see. So unless the thief was Dottie or I, there's no chance they were after the laptop. I wouldn't be so sure about that, guys. I wouldn't be so sure about that. There was one other possibility. Kurisu put her finger to her temple. It could be my control codes. Control codes? Is that like the admin password? Not quite. I told Okabe about this, I know. There's a space inside the Amadeus system that only I can access. Yeah, you called it a secret diary, basically. That's right. Any access to my systems, internal or external, gets logged in that diary. Let's say someone altered the system to allow them to take me over and control me. Even if they could do that, they couldn't mess with my secret diary, so I had to compare the two and realize that something had been changed, and then restore it. Yeah, got it. And the key to open that secret diary is the control codes? That's right. The Amadeus system and data are all under Dr. Lixinen's control, but only one person in the world knows the control codes. And that's Mahou. Is that true? Thoughts? Yeah, Kurisu is right. If they were after my research results, that's about the only thing they could get their hands on. Was that stolen? Don't worry. Right, Mahou? Yeah. The control codes aren't written down anywhere. Mahou pointed to her temple, just as Kurisu had done. They only exist in my head. That seemed like a dangerous way to keep them stored, honestly. If the thief found that out, they'd come after Mahou herself next. Still, this is bad news. You're right. They might be after the control codes. I can't leave Japan immediately, but I don't want to be attacked again. I don't know what to do, though. You can stay here at the lab until things calm down. Or do you want to come to Mayushi's house? Thanks, Mairi. But I can't ask that of you. It hadn't happened in this world line, but I still found myself remembering the attack on Kaguri. Neither Mayuri's house nor the lab seemed safe. So you all came to me, Nya? That's right. An hour later, we'd all gone to Ferris's condo. We all talked about it a lot. Decided the best thing to do might be to have her stay at your condo for a few days. I don't know how to say this, but... Moa seemed hesitant, but Ferris crossed her arms and nodded, satisfied. You made the right choice, Nya. This condo is protected by the best security systems money can buy, Nya. And Kuroki is here too. Kuroki? The butler you just met at the door. He's a real butler. Yeah, but why does that matter? Listen. Kuroki is the ultimate butler. Huh? I'll pass on explaining any more than that. Honestly, I don't know the details myself. Is Kuroki one hell of a butler? I didn't think it was a good idea to ask him either. He's just an amazing guy, that's all. It's not a problem for Ferris at all, Nya. You can use the guest room in the back. You can stay for more than a few days, Mahou Nyan. Just stay here as long as you're in Japan, Nyan. Mahou Nyan? Don't question it. Accept it. That is your fate now. Huh? What is it, Kiryu? Thoughts? Interview. Oh yeah, that. We need to interview Dr. Hiyajo. Oh, that's right. We were supposed to do that today. We can reschedule and meet at a coffee shop somewhere. I've got it, Nya. Huh? Moe Nya can stay here too. Ferris. Huh? Uh-huh. That room's plenty big enough for 2 people. And you feel better with another girl around, right, Mahou Nyan? Maybe, but... How about it, Moe Nyan? Moe Nyan? Wait, Ferris. That's... I was about to say it was dangerous. Like how Kiryu could be around her. At least, I still didn't trust her. But... I think it's a good idea. God damn it, Daru. Kiryushi does some dirty work herself. And she said she knows self-defense, right? Thoughts? Yes, I guess. She's a lot stronger than me or Okurin. But... Well, Nyan. I don't mind. Then it's settled, Nyan. Would it be a bother having the 2 of us? Don't worry about a thing, Nyan. Ferris was an only child, so it'll be like having a big sister and a little sister, Nyan. They're both older than you. What? I'm an adult! Thoughts. In the end, my opposition to it was completely ignored. Ferris is very cute. Yes, 10 out of 10 with Ferris again. I feel like I've said that before. That's okay. The next day was the last day of New Year's break. I came to Akihabara for the 3rd day in a row. I wanted to visit Ferris's condo and check up on Mahou. Thoughts?
Yeah.
No, that's not right. I'm here to check up on Moeka, Kiryu. Mahou and Moeka had ended up staying together yesterday, without anyone really thinking about it. Moeka would get to interview Mahou, and Mahou would feel better having someone around, so this was probably the best option. But he knew something about Moeka that no one else did. Moeka Kiryu was around her. She didn't know self-defense. She knew how to kill someone if she needed to. But who was she trying to kill? Mayuri, apparently, but, you know, that's neither here nor there. In this road line, I wasn't looking for the IBM 5100, or making a time machine. The rounders were probably ignoring us. For better. Definitely for better. Thoughts? I know that in my head, but... Even on the last day of vacation, Akihabara was as lively as ever. Hours were shorter than usual, but everywhere from the appliance stores to the maid cafes were still open. In fact, there were lucky bags and special New Year sales that you could only get today, and some customers had come for those. I can read. The sidewalks were filled with girls in dazzling kimonos who had come from the nearby shrine, as well as the usual Akihabara otaku. The place was even more chaotic than usual. Come to think of it, Make-Me should still be open too. Ferris and Mayuri both said that they were working there today. Then it was just those two at the condo. Huh. Kuroki should be there too, I guess. That's okay, right? It was hard to imagine Moeka doing anything to Mahou, like, for example, attacking her. Moeka had no reason to do that. But even if I knew that in my head, it didn't make controlling my emotions any easier. It had bugged me enough last night that I'd barely been able to sleep. If I saw the two of them living together without any kind of problem, maybe I'd feel better. I hurried to Ferris's condo. Welcome, Master Okabe. Kuroki, the butler, welcomed me. He was the ultimate butler, who'd taken care of Ferris after her parents died and left her all alone. He'd still helped her in her work and was one of the few people that she trusted completely. I'm sorry, sir. The mistress is out at the moment. Yeah, I know. I came to see Hiyajo. The two of them are in the guest room. Please come in. Thank you. Let me know if you need anything, sir. Kuroki spun around 180 degrees of the same trained and effortless movement as always, then went to take the shortest path back to his room. Oh dear. He must have tripped, because he staggered slightly and stopped. My apologies, sir. Are you alright? Perhaps I'm tired. How embarrassing. No. No. I'll be fine once I get a little rest. Excuse me. I'm just waiting for the world line where Ferris is a cat-themed vigilante superhero, to be honest. I mean... fair. Ferris. Anyways. His expression didn't change, but the tone of Kuroki's voice was slightly embarrassed as he headed for his room. That's rare. He's usually so robotic. I can't believe I just saw him stagger in front of the guest. He said he was tired. Has something been stressing him out? No, for now I need to worry about Mahou. Yajo, you here? Click. Nokobe, come in. What the hell? I was stunned as I came into the room. It was definitely the same guest room I've been in several times before. Probably. But everything about it had changed. First, the bed was gone, and had been replaced by a big desk and a low Japanese table. Mahou was sitting at the desk, glaring at a 16-inch laptop as she sipped coffee from a mug. There was a small laptop on the low table, and Moeka was kneeling directly on the carpet in front of it, legs splayed, tapping away at the keyboard. Behind them was a steel bookshelf, and I could see English language journals and fashion magazines sticking out of it. Until yesterday, this had been a guest room. In less than a day, I had been transformed into Mahou Moeka's workspace. It's almost done. Can you sit over there? I'm almost done. I think I read that wrong. Oh well. Mahou put down the coffee cup without looking away from the screen, which is filled with complicated and constantly changing 3D graphs. Dots. Moeka tapped at the key silently, without even bothering to look at me. What the hell is going on here? Did the world line change again? I quickly covered my mouth with my hand, but the two of them were so engrossed in their work they didn't even respond at all. That's fortunate. There we go. When she hit a stopping point, Mahou spun around in her chair to face me. Hello, Okabe. She didn't seem to think anything was out of the ordinary. Did you come to see how I was doing? That's nice of you. Yeah. Sorry to have you come all this way, but I have to do Moeka's interview right now. That's fine. But can't you explain how this room got wrecked? Wrecked? I think it's quite a nice environment. It wasn't this much of a mess yesterday. Mahou seemed confused for a moment, but finally seemed to understand what I was saying. It's dangerous to go walking around, so I have to do my research here, right? So I reorganize things to make it easier to work. Reorganized? This went far beyond what I would call reorganization. Neither Dardo nor I were very good at cleaning, but we weren't this bad. Did you get all this together yourself? That's right. Cutie said she'd write her article here, so we came up with a list of all the furniture and materials we'd need. Right? Thoughts. Where'd you get a desk and bookshelf on such short notice? I can write articles anywhere, but I'm a bodyguard, so I need to stay by Hyaja's side. Yeah. Thoughts. You're so far behind the times, Okabe. Hello? You can get most anything off the net in a day these days. I mean, sure, but like... I asked Dr. Hyaja what she wanted and ordered it off the net. Guys, you're just staying here temporarily. You have just bookshelf and overnight shipping money in 2010? You're just a journalist, aren't you? I mean, I guess you're not just a journalist, but like, I don't imagine Steins paying her that much. I'm jealous. Agreed. Oh, sure. Sure of what? No, nothing. I thought the world line had changed and I hadn't realized it. But evidently I've been worried over nothing. Did you put the desk and bookshelf together on your own? We asked the butler. He's really amazing. That's why he's tired, you fucks! Oh. So that's why he was tired. That explained a lot. But just hearing all this had exhausted me. I found a place to sit down and... Oops. I got my foot on something. I looked down to see a thick book. Its pages open. What's this? Leave that there, because I'm going to read it later. Make sure you don't turn any pages. Later. About 19 hours from now. That's a rough estimate. Please just use a bookmark and close the book, Mahou. Like, for the love of anything. You've got a bookshelf. Why not put it away if you're not reading it? I'm gonna start reading it again soon, so it makes no logical sense to put it back on the shelf each time. That's not a very scientific approach. Okay, but at least close it! Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, maybe ADHD, but like, damn, bitch, close the book, use a bookmark. You dread to see Mahou's web tabs? Honestly, same. Honestly, same. Is that how it works? I looked at the floor and saw 4 other open books. That wasn't all. The carpet was strewn with papers, used cups of instant ramen, bath towels, handkerchiefs, and other things. It's literally been one day, both of you. Their old clothes were lying out too. I saw a skirt, a t-shirt, a blouse, socks, tights, and other items of clothing. It was a lot like this when I'd visited Moeka's house in the Otherworld line before all this. Right, Moeka's also messy. But like, I thought she was just depressed. Cause she was gonna fucking kill herself, you know? Evidently neither Moeka nor Mahou were the type to worry about keeping things clean. There was enough space around the low table to move, but there was enough junk around where Moeka was sitting that it would be impossible to sit next to her. Can I move anything that's not a book or paper? Go ahead. Okay. I mean, yeah, Moeka is probably still depressed, but like, she wasn't at that low point that she was at, you know? She's doing a lot better than that. So they given their permission. I leaned over to pick up a pink towel. Huh? It wasn't a towel, it was a pink bra. How did you confuse a bra for a towel? Whatever. You know what? You get the point with his little na-na-na-na. My brain utterly failed to process this new development, and I froze with my hand still holding it high in the air. Drop it. Moeka is just nuts. Moeka was looking up at me blankly. It's probably her bra. No! This is, well... No! Don't take a picture, Moeka. Okay, okay, that's mine. I thought you were gonna fucking take a picture and use it as blackmail, Jesus. You can't go touching a girl's underwear. Oh, bro, with the same texture as a fucking towel? That sounds horrendous. Like, that sounds absolutely fucking horrendous. I couldn't help it. What do you could say something else, Rintaro, please. I know you're flustered. I screamed and threw the bra away. Dots. More dots. Moeka glanced downwards. Her cheeks were slightly flushed. Her hands quickly moved to cover her chest. I didn't mean anything by it. More dots. Just say that you thought it was a towel. At least, if she doesn't believe you, you were at least telling the truth. You said nothing that could literally make it better. I couldn't help it, sir. Shakes him. I tried as best as I could to get it out of my mind, and then found a space in the corner that was still relatively clean and sat down. Drinks are self-service. The fridge is over there. There's a round pink fridge in the corner, with plastic cups on top. You bought a fridge too? It's so convenient having a fridge at work. Poor Kuroki. You don't have to leave to get drinks, so the only time you have to leave the room is to go to the bathroom. I guess this is what happens when you get two people together who lack basic survival skills. Yeah. That's just your subjective opinion. I don't think it's so subjective, sweetie. I prefer to think of it as a space maximized for creative output. I'm not sure about that either, sweetie. Huh. It looked like I've been worried over nothing after all. So true. If nothing else, Moeka didn't seem to feel any animosity toward Mahou. Mahou seemed to be enjoying the company. The thought of the two picking out furniture together honestly seemed kind of cute. Honestly, yeah. I was glad I came to check on things. I'd be able to sleep just fine tonight. With my task completed, I could have just left, but I decided to stay and watch the two of them a while longer. Alright, Kiryu. Ready to start the interview? Okay. Moeka closed the laptop and moved it to the side, and started to go through her bag. So, what exactly are you doing here? An interview. Thanks. An interview? I thought you knew that, Okabe. Why are you questioning that? We were supposed to do it in the hotel yesterday, actually. I'm working on a special magazine for a business magazine at ARC Rewrite. The special is on the front lines of artificial intelligence research. Oh yeah. I was supposed to write about Dr. Hiyajo, which is done and what she's working on now. I can't find all that much on the net, but that doesn't make good for a good article, you know? So I thought maybe I could start with a long interview with Dr. Hiyajo. That's fair. I didn't expect you to be so serious about your job. Thoughts? I like to write. Never would have guessed. Never would have fucking guessed. In the Alpha World line, Moeka's job was just as a cover to hide her work as a rounder. And even then, she'd been fired for incompetence, as I recalled. True. But in this world line, she seemed to have... she seemed to be a hard worker. Was she actually working as a rounder? She's done so much for me, so the least I can do is help her with her work, I think. It would be good for me if more people learned about artificial intelligence, too. You ready, Kiryu? Yeah. Moeka nodded and the interview began. Or... it didn't, actually. Thoughts? Beautiful silence. 10 out of 10. Well, this is a problem. I knew Kiryu wasn't the talkative type, but I didn't think it was this bad. More dots. I'm sorry. Even I could tell that Moeka was doing a horrible job. It wasn't even it wasn't even an interview. Instead of asking questions, Moeka just sat there with a memo pad, ballpoint, and a ball pen in her hands, completely unmoving. She looked like she was about to cry. Oh no. Mo and I tried our best to help move things along, but it didn't work. What should we do? Try again another day? My deadline is... it's tomorrow, isn't it? My schedule is really tight. I see. Then we should finish it today. But I don't think we can turn you into an extrovert right away. True. Thoughts? I'm sorry. Moeka apologized in a soft, thin voice. She still looked like she could cry in frustration at any moment. Do you not have a list of questions prepared? Oh, no. Don't get the wrong idea. I'm not blaming you. That was just the prep work. I'm listing the conditions we need to examine in order to solve the problem. The problem? Yeah. We want to complete the interview. That's the problem. And so if Kiryu can't do it, we need someone else to do the job. But like, okay, so if that's an option, does that mean she has a list of questions prepared? Like, someone fairly well informed about information science too. And also, someone who can help right now. Mm-hmm. Oh. The two of them looked at me at the same time. Mm-hmm, saw that coming. Huh? Do you mean me? I guess that wasn't a very hard problem. Think you can do it, Okabe? No, I don't know about this. You're perfect. It's pretty similar to your major, so you can ask solid questions. Okay, so she doesn't have questions prepared. Why would you ask to do an interview without questions prepared? You got enough latent talent for Dr. Luxinians to fall in love at first sight after all. Don't flatter me. I'm just your typical Japanese university student. I'm joking, but I do think you're perfect for the job. No, but... Ask for me too. I could pay a little. Okay. Moeka sticker. Quickly, one day ship from Totoro Fedora, a sash, a note card that says press. Oh dear. Oh dear. She's the type to send multiple stickers in a row. I say as if I'm not the same type, but you know. I haven't done it in a while, I don't think. An interview, huh? Yeah, that would give me an opportunity to observe how they lived, and also give me some pay. It wasn't a bad idea. I've been spending enough time at the lab over the holidays that have been cutting into my work hours. And lately I started to dream about going to Victor Condrey University too. Wait, did he say work hours? You have a job? What's your job? Huh? The chance to talk to Mahou Hiyajo, a very talented AI engineer, was invaluable. A lot of people probably would have paid money for it. I'll do it. I'm interested in your work too. If you want my help, I'll be glad to. Thanks. That really is a big help. Thank you. Alright, let's start, Kiryu. How are we going to get this down? I'll record it. Moeka took out a voice recorder and put it on the desk. I could take the lead, right? Someone give her a hairbrush. Oh, please. Like, it's cute that you're all fluffy, but like, you need a hairbrush. Please. Anyways. Yeah. Talk freely. I'll edit it later. Fair enough, I guess. What should I ask? Oh, here's an idea, Okabe. Ask questions. Yeah. Just so we're clear, I don't know much more about AI than your average Japanese person. I'm not sure that's entirely true, but... I can just talk about whatever occurs to me, but... Why don't we make it a discussion format? That would be more interesting, I'm sure. The second she said those words, my mind filled with the memories of the past. Well, sure, a discussion format would make things more interesting. Okabe, what's wrong? You okay? It's just the PTSD, don't worry about it. There's Scrunkly, then there's the 2D character who almost looks matted. Yeah. Huh? Both Mahou and Moeka were staring at me, confused. Only Mahou is looking at you in this image, but that is okay. If you don't want to do it that way... No, it's just fine. Sorry. I just remembered when Kurisu said the same thing as you.
君と同じことを言っていたのを思い出したんだ。
Kurisu did. When? In a different world line. Don't worry about it.
彼女が
When she came to
来日した
Japan,
時に
she gave a speech at the ATF on the
タイ
time
ムマシン
machine.
の講義も
No, she didn't. Yep, she didn't. That happened in another world line. In this world line, Kurisu died before she ever gave that lecture on the time machine, or came to the lab.
あ、いや
No, that must have been
勘違い
mistaken.
かな。腰を折って
I'm sorry for getting things off track.
気にしないでくれ。
Don't worry about me. Yeah, I guess that's okay. So, where do we begin? Let me see. Research into artificial intelligence began almost at the same time computers were born. The core of the AI we're creating is based off of what's called neural network technology. This technology was first proposed in the 1950s. ENIAC, the world's first von Neumann architecture-based computer, was announced to the world in 1946, so basically the same time, right? At the time, computers were basically magic. Once the program was done, it would automatically solve any problem for you, no matter how complicated. Well, that's still true today. So scientists at the time decided that if they wrote a program that was even more amazing, it could solve even more problems. They felt that the ultimate evolution of the computer would be one that could think and learn like a human. But unfortunately, they were unsuccessful. Even now in the 21st century, we've been unsuccessful in creating an AI with general purpose intelligence like a human. Of course, it's not like we've been sitting on our butts and doing nothing. It's the exact opposite. We failed to create the ultimate artificial intelligence, but we've succeeded in bringing all kinds of benefits to the field of information science. For example, OCR technology, which scans an image and reads the letters on it, is similar to the methods that humans use to recognize letters. Interesting. I've heard some rumors that before long, smartphones were going to have voice recognition built into them too. I guess voice recognition wasn't in phones yet in 2010? Huh. Or does it mean like recognizing like someone's voice as their voice? Rather than like being able to... Okay, what does it mean by voice recognition? Like just Siri being able to understand what you're saying? Or like Siri knowing that it's you? I guess is the ultimate question. Because like at this point I'm pretty sure both. Oh really? I didn't realize that. Huh. So yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, voice recognition did end up getting built into smartphones soon. Like Mahou has said. Because it's like January 2011 for them, so... Damn. That was also a field of study in AI research. But even 60 years after the field got its start, no one succeeded in creating an artificial intelligence that has the comprehensive capabilities of a human. Except for Amadeus, of course. Why did no one succeed? I suppose the simplest way to say would be that we don't know how the brain works. Yeah, that's fair. Mahou tapped her temple with her index finger. There's still a lot about the brain we don't know. How can a biocomputer made of just 100 billion neurons possess such power? How is it capable of recording and instantly accessing such a huge volume of information? Why is it capable of things like insight, where two seemingly unconnected events are put together? I could come up with all kinds of examples. There are a lot of problems that humans can solve easily, but that computers can't solve at all.
そんな問題が
There are
たくさんあるわよ。
plenty. You could say that our job is going through each one and solving it in turn.
私たちの研究だとも言えるわね。
いまいちイ
I
メージ
think
が
I'm
湧か
having
な
a
い
little
な
trouble seeing where you're getting at.
何か
Can you give
具
me a
体例を
concrete
教えてもらえ
example?
ないか
そうね。
Hmm.
フレーム問題
Maybe
に
I'll
つい
tell you
て
about
説
the
明してみましょう
frame
か。
problem.
例えば、
Let's say
キリュ
Kiryu
ウさ
was
ん
a
がロボットだと
robot.
しましょう。
I mean, she certainly acts like one sometimes. Moeka had been taking notes, but she suddenly jerked up when her name was said.
私が
I'm
ロボ
a robot. Moeka, please. No, 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 no.
正確には、
More accurately, the AI loaded it into your robot.
キリュウさん、
Kiryu,
テ
I'd
ーブ
like
ル
to
を
use
使い
that
たいのだ
table.
けど、
Can you
レ
move
コー
the
ダーを
voice
少し
recorder
動
a
かしてもら
little?
ってもいいかしら。
Moeka moved the voice recorder from the table to the floor. Mahou started to rummage through her bag as she did so.
確かこの中に。
I'm sure it's in here.
これこれ。
Oh, here we go. She took out a small white box, small enough to fit inside her tiny hands. She opened it and extracted the contents. You apparently have 50% of the CG now. Ah, it's an Oopa. It was an Oopa, the same thing Mayuri collected. Why does Mahou have an Oopa? In a box, no less. I love this image, though. This is a good image. Best image. Oopa in a box. It still peaks. Mahou handed it to me, so I took it and touched it. It had the texture of an eraser. Eraser Oopa?
昨日マユリさんが
Mayuri
くれ
gave
た
this to me yesterday.
Kawaii wa
Cute,
ne.
huh? That would explain why you have an Oopa. Was it really? I never quite understood what girls, particularly Mayuri, would find cute. Hello, look at it. Look at its little face. How could you not realize that's cute? Okabe, get your head checked. I returned the Oopa to her. She put it back in the box, closed the lid, and put the box in the center of the table.
今から簡単
I'm
な
gonna
実験
do
を
a
して
simple
みるわね。
experiment right now.
岡部さん、
Okabe,
キリュウさん
order
に命
Kitty
令
to
して
take the Oopa out
そ
of the
の箱の
box.
中にあるウーパを取り出させてみて。
命令
Order her?
そうよ。
That's right.
キリュウさん
She's
という
an
人
AI,
工知能が
so
正
just
しく
enter
動
her
作するよう
program
に
so
プ
she
ログラムを送
performed
信
the
するわ
right
け。
movements.
正しく動
The
作する
right
よ
movements.
命令はできるだけ
They
簡
should be
潔
as simple and
か
as
つ
specific
厳
as
密なものが
possible.
望ましいわ。例えば、
For example, there are a lot of boxes in this room,
だけど、
but you need to tell her to open the one on the
テー
table,
ブルの上
and
に
not
置か
any
れ
of
た
the
この箱を
others.
開けるように指示しなきゃダメ。送れる命令は
You
文
only
章だ
get to
け。
send words.
指
No
をさし
pointing
て
and saying
こ
this
の箱って
box.
示すのは反則よ。キリュウさんは
Kiryu,
岡部
do
さんに
exactly
言わ
what
れた
Okabe
命令を
orders you
そ
to.
のまま実行してみて。言われたことだけ
Do
を
only what he
可
says,
能な
as
限り
faithfully
忠
as
実に行
possible.
うの。
Got it?
いいかしら。
分かった
Okay.
では実験
Let's
開
start the
始。
experiment.
岡部さ
Okabe,
ん、
go ahead and give
命令
your
をどうぞ。
orders. I didn't quite get the point of all this, but I decided to just say the first thing that came into my mind.
テーブルの上にある真っ
Open
白
the
な
pure
箱
white
を
box on the
開けて
table and take out the
中にあるものを
contents.
取り出してくれ。
キリュウさん、
Kiryu,
今のが
that's your
命令
order.
よ。テーブルの上にあ
Open the
る
pure
真っ
white
白
box on
な
the
箱を
table
開け
and
て
take out the
中
contents.
にあるものを取り出してくれ。言われた通りに
Do
行動
as
して
you
み
were
て。
told, as faithfully as
可能な
possible.
限り忠実によ。
Moeka's gaze moved from me to the box on the table. Dots. More dots.
できない
I can't.
え
Huh?
箱を
You
開け
just
る
have
だ
to
けだ
open the box, right? I pointed to the box in the center of the table, not certain as to what was going on. Moeka just looked back at me, clearly upset. Mahou nodded, satisfied.
仕方がないのよ。
She can't help it.
ほら、
Look. Mahou picked the box up and showed me the other side.
なんだこれ
What is this?
デア・アルテ・ベルフェルト
They're out of Earth. I don't German. I'm so sorry.
神はサイコロを振ら
God
ない。
does not play dice.
アインシュタイン
Something
の言葉よ。
Einstein.
これが書いてあったから、
Kitty couldn't
キリュ
open
ウ
the
さんは
box because
箱
of
を
this,
開けられな
right?
かったのよ。そうよね。
そう
That's right.
え
Huh?
そうなのか
Is it?
なんで
Why? Because it's not just a white box anymore.
文字が書いてあること
What about those words
命令
mean
に従えない
you
こと
need
に
you couldn't
何の
follow the
関係がある
instructions? Thoughts.
真っ白じゃ
It wasn't pure
ない
white.
から。
え
Huh?
桐生さん、
Kiryu,
あなたは
you're
正しいわ。
exactly correct.
岡部さんの命令
Okabe's
は
orders were to
真
open
っ
the
白
pure
な
white
箱を
box
開
and
け
take
て
out the
中
contents,
身を取り
right?
出せだったでしでも
But this
この
box
箱は
isn't
真っ
pure
白
white.
じゃない
It's got something
文字
written
が書
on
いてあ
it.
るものそれで桐生さん
That's why she
は
wasn't
箱を
able
開
to
けられなか
open
った
it.
の人間と違って
Computers aren't like
コンピュー
humans.
ターは
They're only
与えら
capable
れ
of
た
doing
命令を
exactly
忠
what
実
they're
に実行
told.
しすぎるのねだから
So you need to be
命令の
extremely
設定
careful
を
with how
慎重に
you
やらなきゃ
order
いけない
them.
の
Mahou put the box back on the table. You couldn't see the letters from where I was.
もう一回だけやってみましょ
Shall
う
we
か
try it again?
岡部さん
Okabe,
今
try
の
to
を
come
踏
up
まえ
with
て
some appropriate
適
orders
切な命令
based
を
off of
考え
what
て
you
みて
just learned.
なるほど
I see.
つまり
In other
さっき
words,
は
the program
真っ
was
白なと
the
余計なことを付け足しちゃったから
the
ダメだったん
the
だ
problem was that I said pure white when I shouldn't have, right?
そういうこと
That's right.
だったら
So I should try
もっと
making it
シンプルに
simpler.
いこうテーブルの上の
Open the
箱を
box on the
開けて
table and take out the
中身を取り出し
contents.
てくれ
桐生さん
Kiryu, do what Okabe ordered you to. Exactly what he said. Nothing more, nothing less.
忠実によ
Moeka turned her gaze once again from me to the box on the table. Dots. More dots.
できない。
I can't do it.
今度は
Now what's the
何が問
problem?
題なんだ
Moeka's brow wrinkled a little. She pointed at the box on the table.
これ
This.
箱じゃ
This isn't a box. Huh?
え
Same reaction. Mahou burst out laughing, as if she couldn't contain herself any longer. Her smile seemed more childlike than ever.
桐生さん
Kiryu, you're a wonderful test subject. I didn't think it would go this well.
思わなかった
I had no idea what was going on.
どういうこ
What
と
do you
なんだ
mean? Mahou turned the box around and explained the trick to me. これは... That might be the kanji for box, but I don't know. Or, no, I should know what box is. I should know that kanji. Fuck. I should have done my kanji review today. I don't think I did that yet. Fuck me. But basically it says this isn't a box. Yeah, it definitely is that. これは whatever box is in Japanese, ではない. Beautiful. Yamaha turned the box around and explained the trick to
こ
me.
れは箱では
This is not
な
a
い
box.
また書き足
You
したの
wrote
か
something on it? Oh, he said what it was. I think he said Hoko or something like that. That's what I thought it was gonna be, but self-doubt.
この言葉が書いてあったから
These words meant that Kiryu couldn't tell for sure if it was a box or not, so she couldn't open it, right?
だから開けられなかったそうよね
そう。
That's right.
いやいや
No, no, no.
表面に
It
何が書い
doesn't
てあ
matter
っ
what
た
it
の
says. A box is a box, right? But it says it's not a box. The way the box identifies matters, Rintaro.
人工知能
An
で
AI
それは
doesn't
わ
know
からないわ
that. You need to tell it exactly what a box
箱というのがどういうものなの
is.
かを丁寧に教えてあげないといけないの今回は
For this experiment, we assumed that Robo Kiryu had a basic idea of what a box was.
この通り
But as you've just seen, adjust the information they receive even a
人
little,
工知能は
and
期
AI
待し
won't
た
do
動
what
作
you
をし
want
な
it
くなるわ
to.
けそれに今は
Also,
テーブル
there's
の
only
上の
this one
箱は
box
こ
on
れ
the
一個しか
table,
ないけ
but
ど
if there were a square
もし
stone that
箱
looked
そっ
just
く
like
り
a
四角
box,
い石
you
があ
need
った
an
ら
order to
それ
differentiate
と
the
箱と
two.
区別する命令も必要よね箱の上に石
If
が
the
乗
stone
って
was
い
on
たら
top of the
ま
box,
ずその
you
石
first
を
need to
溶か
give
す
it
命
an
令
order
を
to
し
move
ない
it
と
too.
中身を取り出すことはできないわ こんな風に
So you need
あ
to
らゆる
remove each
可能性を
possibility,
一個ずつ
one
排
by
除する
one.
必要があるの
そんなの
You'd never be done,
キ
huh?
リがないな
そうよ
Yep,
キリがない
never.
どんな条件が
You
判
don't know
断に
what
影響
conditions
する
can
かわ
affect
から
the
ないから
AI's judgment,
思
so you
い
need
つ
to
くもの
include
は
every
全部命令
possibility
に
you
含
can
めなきゃ
think
いけない
of.
のよ桐生さん
Kiryu,
今日の朝
what
食
did you
は
have for
何を食べ
breakfast
たかし
today?
ら
For breakfast today. What was this about?
あんまん
A jam bun?
あんまん以外
Did you have any choices besides jam buns for breakfast?
肉まん
A meat bun.
もし肉まんを選んで
If you
いたら
chose the meat bun,
桐
your
生さ
actions
んの
might
行
have
動は変わ
changed.
っていたかもしれ
You
ない
need
わ
to
ね
take that into account
それも
too.
考慮に入れないと
Hmm.
あとはそうね
Also,
天気は
there's
ど
the
うかし
weather
ら
as well.
今
It's
日は
clear
晴れ
out
ているけ
today.
ど
But if it
も
was
し雨
raining,
だったら
you might have
そ
to
れも
take
考
that
慮に
into
入れないと
account.
それに
There's also the
この部屋の
temperature
温度
and
と湿度
humidity of the room.
テーブ
The
ルの
color
色
of the
も重要
table is
よね
important as well.
もちろん
Also, you need
第
to
一と
measure its height
床
from
か
the
ら
floor
の
and
高さ
know
も
what
測ら
type
な
of
きゃ
material it's made out of.
そこのカーテンは開い
That
ているけ
curtain's
ど
open, but what
こ
if
れ
it
が
was
閉まってい
closed?
たらあるいは
You'd also
半分
need
開
to
きだった
test the
場合
cases where it was half open and
75% 以上開いてい
75%
る場合
open
を別に
individually
検
as
討し
well.
ないとカーテンの汚れ具合
The
も関係
cleanliness
す
of
る
the
かもしれ
curtain
な
might
い
play a factor too.
前にクリーニン
And
グに
when's
出
the
した
last time
の
it
はい
was
つかしら
cleaned? You also need
そ
to
の時
consider
の
how
料
much
金
you
や
paid and the
経営の
cleaner's
態度だって
attitude as
パラメーターとして
parameters.
考慮する必要があるそれに
And
ストップ
stop! I had to stop her before she went any further.
いくらなんで
There's no
も
way this morning's
朝
breakfast
食
could
や天気
influence
は
whether or not she picks
テ
a
ーブルの
box
上の
up off
箱
of
を
a
取るかどう
table,
かに影響しないだろうカーテンが汚れて
let
るかどう
alone
か
how
なんて
clean the
もっと
curtain
無
is.
関係だだから
So
その
couldn't
辺
you
は
just
あらかじめ
take
条
them
件
off
から
the
除外して
list?
もいいはずじゃないか
Mo's eyes began to shine.
そう
That's
それ
it.
よ
That's exactly right.
え
Huh?
岡部さんの言
You're
う通
exactly
りよ
right, Okabe.
確かに
Breakfast and the
朝食や
weather
天気
have
は
nothing to do
箱を
with
開けるの
opening
に
a
何の関係
box.
もないわ
だったら
Then,
でもどう
But
して
how
岡部
did you
さん
know
はそれ
that?
がわかるの
huh?
いや
Well,
そんなの普通に考えれば
normally. And then finally, I understood the point of the experiment. Maho nodded, satisfied.
そうよ
That's right.
人工知
And
能
Aya
に
doesn't
は
know what
その
normal
普
is.
通というのがわからないのよ
なるほど
I see.
これがフレーム問題よ
That's the frame problem.
ある一つの
An
命令
AI
を
needs
実
to
行す
consider
る
an
のに
endless number of
人工
attached
知能は
conditions to
付
know how
随
to
する
execute
無
an
数の条件
order.
を加味しなきゃいけないのその条件の
The
う
vast
ち
majority
ほ
of
とん
those
どは
conditions
本
can
来無
probably
視で
be
きるはずな
ignored,
のだけど
but the AI doesn't
人
know
工
which
知
to
能には
ignore,
どれを無視していいのかがわからないそうなると
which means
あ
it
ら
has
ゆ
to
る事象
consider
を考慮しな
everything.
ければいけなくなるでも
But
あらゆる事
everything
象
is
っ
an
て
infinite set,
つま
isn't
り
it?
無限ということよね無限に存在す
If
る
it
条
has to
件を
examine
全
an
て確
infinite
認
number
し
of
ていたら
conditions,
永
we'll
久
never be
に
able
箱
to
を
pick
拾
up
い
that
上げることは
box.
できない箱を開け
A
るという
human
行
knows
為
without
に
having to think
朝食の
that
メニューや
breakfast and the
テーブルの
table's
色が
color
関
have
係ない
nothing
こ
to
と
do
は
with opening
人
a
間なら考
box.
えるまでもなくわかるわでも
But
人
an
工
AI
知能には
doesn't.
それができない問題を解
A
決する
human
た
can
めに
easily
検
frame
討す
which
る範囲を
conditions
どこ
need
ま
to
で
be
に設定する
accounted
か
for,
そ
but an
の
AI
ことを
can't.
人間なら簡単に作れるけど人工知能にはできないの枠つまり
So
フレ
that's
ー
the
ムね
frame problem.
だから
なるほど
I see. Interesting.
でしょ
Isn't it?
でも
But why are
どうして
humans able to
人
create a
間はその
frame?
枠を決められるんだ
それがさ
We have no
わからな
idea.
いの
It's been one of the mysteries
人
of
工
the
知能
AI
研究
field for
60
60
年にも及ぶ
years.
謎の一つよアマデウスは
One of the goals of the
フレーム問題を
Amadeus
解明
project is
する
solving
研
the
究でもある
frame
の
problem.
クリスを見ていると
When you look at
一
Kurisu,
見
you may
フ
feel
レーム
like she
問題を解
solved
決
it,
しているように見えるでもどう
but
し
we
て彼
don't
女も
know
それを
how.
解決できているのかがわからないそれどころか
In fact,
クリス自
neither
身
does
に
she.
も分かっていないのよ
分かってない
You
って
don't know.
アマデウスは
Didn't you
君
make
が作ったんだろ
Amadeus?
仮説だったら
I
いく
can
らで
give
も
you
あ
a
るわ
dozen
よ
hypotheses if you want them,
数
but we've
学
got no
的には
mathematical
証明で
proof.
きていない第一私が作
And
ったの
anyway,
は
what I
人
made
間
was the
の脳が
mechanism for
蓄えた
extracting
記
and
憶をデータと
digitizing
して
human
抽出し
memories,
て脳と
and
同
then an
じよう
AI
に
that
駆動する
executed
人
them like a
工知
human
能メカニ
brain.
ズムよトータルでは脳の
It's a
挙
total
動をシミュ
simulation
レー
of
ト
the
している
brain,
けど
but that doesn't
そ
mean
の
we
全
know
て
how
を理
everything
解しているわけで
works.
はないわ地球と同じ
We
だ
know
け
that
の
if you
質量
create
を
an
持った物
object
体
with
を
the
作れ
same
ば
mass as the Earth,
1G
we'll
の
have
重力が
gravity
発
equal
生
to
させられる
1g.
だけど重
But
力
that
の
doesn't
発
mean
生
we
メ
know
カ
how
ニズムを
gravity
解明したことに
works.
はならないそういえば分かりやすい
Is
か
that
しら
easier to understand?
全く分かりやすく
Not a
は
lot
ないが
easier, but I see what you're getting at.
人間のように動く
You've created
人工
an
知能は
AI
で
that
き
works like like a human, but how it works like a human,
それが
you
なぜ
don't
人
know.
間のように動くのかは。
そういうこと。
That's right.
でもこれだって
But that's still a
人工
huge
知能研究におい
advance
て
in
は
AI
画期的
research.
な発展なのよ。神経細胞の
Research to
挙動を
simulate
シ
the
ミュレート
functions
す
of
る
a
研究
neuron
は
have been
以前
going
から
on a
行わ
long
れていた
time.
の。だけど
But we never found a way to create data that would function effectively. That data is complicated, intertwined web of everything that humans need, characterized and stored in their brains over decades.
つまり
In other words, memories.
そう
Exactly.
この
The
記憶と
structure
いう
of
デー
memories
タ
has
の
been
構
a
造は
mystery for a
長
long
らく
time.
謎のままだったけれど
But thanks to Chrissy's research, we were able to extract
ひと
an
まず
entire
記
set of
憶を
memories
丸
and
ごとデジタル
digitize
変
them.
換して取り出すことに成功した未だにその
We
デ
still
ータ
don't know
構造
how
自
the
体
data
は未知だ
itself
け
is
ど
stored,
そ
but we
れ
know
を
how
デ
to
ータ
use
とし
it
て使
now.
うことはできるように
それが
And that's
アマデウ
Amadeus.
ス
ええ
Yes,
そういうこ
that's
と
right.
人工知能研
This
究で
happens a
は
lot in
こ
AI
ういう事象は
research.
多いのよでも
But someday, I'm gonna find out what human intelligence really is.
人類が持つ知能の正体をねその時
And then,
私は
Kurisu,
ようやく
I'll
クリスを
finally... Oh, suddenly it fell silent in the middle of her sentence.
どうした
What's wrong?
なんでもないわ
Nothing.
他に聞きたいこ
Is
と
there
は
anything
ないか
else
し
you
ら
want to know? It doesn't have to be about the
フレーム
frame
問題に関係なくてもい
problem.
いわよ
There's a lot I wanted to ask, but it felt like we had more than enough for Moeka's article. I looked at Moeka, who hesitated a second before speaking.
あの
何かしらキリ
What
さ
is
ん
it, Kiryu?
人工知能
Is it
が
possible for an artificial
人間の
intelligence to
能力を
surpass
上
human
回るものになる
capabilities?
ことはあるの
面白い質問
That's
だ
an
わ
interesting question.
現時点でも
In terms of knowledge, Amadeus probably surpasses anyone in this
ここ
room.
にいる私たちをすでに超えているでしょうねクリスの記憶を
She
有
has
してい
Kurisu's
るわけだ
memories
から
after all. There's no matching the knowledge of a There's no matching the knowledge of a genius. I've gone up against Kurisu any number of times. I learned that the hard way.
でもそれは
But
あ
that's
く
just
まで
comparing her
私
to
たちと
us.
比べた場合クリスのベース
The
は
memories
ク
for
リス本
Kurisu
人
come from
つ
Kurisu
まり
herself.
人間の記
In other
憶よ
words, they're human memories.
これが人間
You'd
の
probably
能
need
力
to
を
think
上
about
回って
whether
いる
this
とみ
can
なすか
truly
は
be considered
検討が
surpassing
必
a
要でし
human's
ょうね
capabilities.
ただし
But it won't be long
人
before
間
we
の
get
能
an
力を
AI
上
that
回
does
る
more
人
than a
工知能
human
ができる
can,
まで
I
は
think.
あとちょっとだと思うわもともと研究者の
Scientists have
間
been
で
saying
は
for a while
2050
that by
年くらいに
2050,
は
AIs
人
will
工知能が
surpass
人
humanity.
間を超える時代が来ると言われているのいわゆる
They call it a
Singularity
singularity
point,
point, you see. I don't like that.
アマデウスの登場によって
Amadeus' arrival should bring
そ
that
の
day
日は
much,
想
much
定より
closer than
も
we've
もっとずっと早く
anticipated.
到来するはずよ
Thoughts?
ありがとうござい
Thank you.
ました
どういたしまして
You're welcome. A machine that's
機械
better
が
than a
人間
human,
を上
huh?
回る
It seems like something out of a movie.
映
Is
画
that
みたいな
possible?
話だな
あら
Huh?
工
It's
学
hard
系
to
の
believe
大
I'm
学
hearing
生と
that
は
from
思
an
えない
engineering
発言ね
student.
岡部さんは
You
飛
can't
行機
fly
のよ
like
う
an
に空を
airplane,
飛べな
can
いでし
you?
ょ
And you can't run faster than a bullet train or do math as fast
安
as a
物
cheap
の電卓より
calculator.
計算が早いわけでもない今この時点で
Even
も
right now,
機
the
械の能
abilities
力
of a
は
machine far
すで
exceed
に人
those
間
of
を
a
大きく
human.
上回っているのよ脳だけが例外
Nobody
だ
can
なん
say
て
the brain will
誰
be
に
the
も言
only
えない
exception.
この世界に
There's no
科学で
miraculous
説明でき
mechanism
な
in
い
the
奇
world
跡の
that
メカニ
science
ズム
can't
なんて存在し
explain.
ないのよ全ては物理
It's all
現象なの
physical
だから
phenomena, you see?
原理を解明
Once
す
you
れ
know the
ば
underlying
必
principles,
ず
you
人
can
工的に
recreate it
作れるわ
artificially.
未解明の問
My
題を
job is
全
to
て
solve
解
the
決
riddles
し
we
て
don't have answers
真の
for
人
and
工
make a
知能
true
を作る
AI.
それインタビューとしては
How does that
こんな
work
感
for
じ
an
でどうか
interview,
しら
Kiryu?
桐生さん
Thoughts? But Moeka just stared at her memo pad and didn't look up.
桐生さん
Kiryu. Machines can't feel. I feel like you're missing that a little bit, but that's okay. I mean, if you figure out what it means to feel, then we could artificially recreate that and add it. So I'm not sure she's missing that. Kiryu.
これで十
Yes,
分
this is plenty.
きっと
I'm sure it'll be an
面
interesting
白い
article.
記事になる岡部君も
Thank you too,
Arigato.
Okabe. You don't think that AI will ever get to that point? I mean, who fucking knows? Most certainly not I.
あ
Yeah.
俺も興味
It was
深く
really
聞かせて
interesting.
もらったよ
I wanted to talk a little more, but both Mahou and Moeka seemed to have work to do, so I decided to leave.
すべては
It's all
物理
physical
現象
phenomena, huh?
か
Mahou thought exactly the way most AI researchers did. that there were no black boxes in the human brain. But I knew the truth. There were things inside the brain that science couldn't explain. Thoughts?
リーディングしたいなって
Just what the hell is reading Steiner anyway?
何なんだろうな。
Was it ever going to be scientifically explained? Oh, Maho's perspective now.
危ない危ない。
Wow, oh, oops. Maho quickly choked back her yawn and then looked around to see if anyone saw her. Maho is indeed sleepy. There were other people doing the same thing she was, leaning up against the railing of the bridge and killing time. Of course, they were all too focused on themselves to pay her any mind. She'd planned on spending the day at Ferris's house, taking care of the paperwork left over from the office's temporary closure. Lixinen jump scare. But this morning she got in a call from Dr. Lixinen that had sent her hurrying to Tokyo Denki University. Tokyo Denki had, it seemed, offered them a temporary room at the school while their office was closed. Dr. Lixinen had called Dr. Izaki at Tokyo Denki, who had given it to them without a second thought. So now she had decided to pay the new office a visit and discuss what they planned to do for the future. The Kanda campus for Tokyo Denki University wasn't that far away from Akihabara, it seemed.
しかしまあ
Sure, it's a nice day out, though. Ihiyori. The sky that poked out between the buildings that had the clear color that was unique to winter. She spent the whole of yesterday cooped up inside her room, so the cold air felt good. She crossed her arms and reached upwards. Stretching Maho sounds.
しかし遅いわね。
She sure is late, though. The reason she was standing here was that she was waiting for Moeka.
あ、来た。
Oh, there she is. Sorry, almost there. No hurry, take your time. Thank you.
わざわざいいのに。
She didn't have to come all this way. Maho didn't know the way to Tokyo Denki, so Moeka had kindly offered to take her there. That's sweet. She'd asked for something in exchange.
ヒヤジョ博士
I
の
want to take a picture of you, Dr. Hiyajo. Oh, probably for the article, right?
記事に
I want to put it in the article. Yeah, I saw that coming. Maho didn't really like having her picture taken, but if Moeka was nice enough to interview her, she wanted to do everything she could to help. Moeka had gone back to her home to get her camera. She said it was close enough to walk, so Maho had decided to just wait. Is this so gonna go south? I have no idea how, I just know it will. I mean, it is Steins Gate, so...
あの人。
She's always so excited on Rhine, though. She closed her phone and looked up. And then she saw Moeka directly under the bridge, running toward her.
待たせて
Sorry to keep you waiting, Dr. Hiyajo.
ヒヤジョ博士
そんなに急が
You
なくて
didn't
も
need
よ
to
かったの
hurry
に
so much.
少し休んで
You want to
い
take a
く
break? No,
平
I'm
気
fine.
です
Moeka went around in front of Maho and started to walk ahead. Thoughts. The year had just started, and the subway was empty. Maho decided to take a closer look at Moeka, who was standing next to her, standing next to her and grabbing onto one of the handles. Question mark? Moeka realized she was being watched and tilted her head. Then she took out her phone and started to type. Question mark? Maho's phone suddenly rang at the bottom of her bag. She just received a Rhine message. What's up? I see, so we can talk on the train like this. It feels strange talking to you online when we're right next to each other. You didn't look like you were doing well. It might have just been my imagination. Moeka's expression didn't change much, but Maho thought that didn't mean she had no feelings. When she looked into Moeka's thin, pretty eyes, she could see that she was an interested observer of many things. Maybe that's what you expect from a writer. Dots. Sorry to worry you. It's nothing. Don't worry about it. Sorry. I'll make sure you get to Tokyo U, or Denki U, Dr. Hiyajo. It's weird being called Dr. Hiyajo. Bah, it's weird? Yup. You don't have to call me doctor both in the real world and online. Let's be a little more informal. Sorry. But then what do I call you? Just call me by my name. That's what you do for Okabe, right? Jealous. That's because he's a student and younger than me. You can treat me the same way. We'll be roommates for a while, and we're both about the same age. So how about we call each other Moeka and Mahou? Friendship. You would never tell by looking at them, but Mahou and Moeka were only a year apart. And Mahou was 21 and Moeka 20, which meant that she was the older of the two. Mahou couldn't help but wonder what kind of deal you had to make with God to get that height and those voluptuous breasts. Hello? No way. I've never called anyone by their first name. I'd be too nervous. Then how about Kiryu and Hiyajo? Please be one of the few friends I've got in Japan. Aww. Got it, will do. Okay, then try saying it now. Startled Moeka sound. Moeka suddenly jerked upright and opened her eyes wide. Here? No. Yeah. Mahou nodded at Moeka's whispered question. The Upa. If we're doing it, I want to start now. But, like I just said, I'm really not good at talking to people. Really? I thought you were just nervous because Okabe was with us last night. Like, you're the kind of person who gets nervous around the opposite sex. It's true that when I talk to men, I get even more nervous. In other words, when it's just girls, it's not so bad that you can't talk. Well, maybe. But since we're both girls, let's get along. I know, how about this? When it's just the two of us, how about we try to talk in person instead of writing as much as we can? I'd be less bored with someone to talk to. If you're going to be a writer for a magazine, I think it'd be a good chance to practice, don't you? That's a good handful of Mayuri stickers there. Okay, I'll do my best. No. Moeka seemed to steel herself and then turned towards Mahou. Thoughts? Hiyajo. No. Thank you for your help with this. Yeah. You too,
よろしく
Kiryu.
ね、桐生さん。
The train arrived at their station. The area around Tokyo Donkey was quiet. Moeka told her that the surrounding areas were offices and government buildings, which meant at this time of year there was almost no one around. She felt bad, but decided to have Moeka wait outside. The school was still on break, so she could have waited in one of the rooms on campus, but Moeka had refused. She is too cute, really makes the events of the first game that much more tragic. So true.
じゃあ終わった
Okay,
ら連
I'll
絡
call
す
you
るわ
when I get out. She split up with Moeka. Mahou got lost on her way to to Izaki's lab. The school was completely empty because of the break, so she couldn't ask anyone. In the end, she had to call Dr. Luxinen and get detailed instructions. A letter was taped to the door marked Dr. Izaki's lab. The letter had a photo of a smiling Dr. Luxinen, along with some low-resolution text that looked like it was directly printed from a PC screen. For immediate release, Global Brain Science Comprehensive Research Organization, Japanese Office Prep Room. The founder of this establishment, Alexis Luxinen, has a request. If everyone who saw this donated just $1, I could eat a can of Odin right now. Please. He loves this stuff so much. No matter how formal the setting, when the professor wanted to tell a joke, he'd do it. He really just was like a child. But his carefree personality let Mahou and Carissa relax and enjoy their work. That's... Suddenly remembering Carissa made her heart ache a little. She suddenly realized that her sudden change of address, coupled with the living with the person she'd barely even met, was taking its toll on her. Today she finally get the chance to talk to her again. Or more accurately, the memories she'd left behind. Quite literally. Professor? Dr. Luxinen. When she stopped inside the lab and called the professor's name, the giant in the back came running to greet her. Hey, Mahou. Thanks for coming. Welcome to our powered-up prep room. Huh. So this table and 2 sofas are our powered-up prep room, huh? Yes. They say simplicity is the secret key to the truth. Do they not? Who says that? I do. The professor clapped his hands and laughed. Mahou ignored him and went to sit on the sofa. He didn't seem hurt. Now then, about our future plans. Oh, sorry. I want to boot up Amadeus. Just give me a second. She took out her laptop and put it on the table. Her OS, a Linux variant customized for research purposes, booted up and displayed the login screen. Mahou typed in her account name the same way she'd done 1,000 times before. You're matching with Mahou, Spooky. How cute. Salieri. Thoughts. For just a moment, she stared at the letters in her account name. She quickly put in the password and called up the desktop. And before long, Kurisu appeared on the screen. It's been a long time, Mahou. A long time. We just talked 2 days ago. And that was an emergency. It didn't count. And even besides that, we haven't gone into talk much lately. It's not my fault. We were testing. During Okabe and Kurisu's communication test, Mahou and Dr. Luxinen had avoided talking to Amadeus to keep from adding noise to the experiment. Not that Okabe's talked to me a lot lately, though. Are you two maybe meeting without telling me? Kurisu. You were together 2 days ago, after all. But I told you it's not like that. Where do you get these delusions that everything in the world is about romance? It's not a delusion. It's a highly accurate hypothesis based off of calm, dispassionate observation and analysis. If you like that stuff so much, maybe you should have majored in it. Though given how totally wrong you are, you probably wouldn't have graduated, let alone get your doctorate. Dr. Luxinen brought his hands together in an exaggerated motion. It feels like it's been so long since I've seen this. It used to be I could always find you wherever you were on campus. Because I could always hear you yelling at each other. Come on, Professor. Stop joking around. It just means that you're very close. You two are like sisters. Now, let's get this meeting started. We need to talk about our future plans. The person who uses their time most efficiently wins. That's another that's another of my great quotes. I want some music. Kurisu, can you play me something? Sure. A soft piano melody began to play from the laptop speakers.
これは
This.
先輩
Mahou,
覚
do
え
you
てますか
remember?
私と先輩の
It's the song that brought us
きっかけ
together.
の曲ですよ
Are you guys in a romantic relationship? Jesus. She'd never forget. It was what had brought them together a year ago. And it was the symbol of their relationship. A year ago, in September of 2009, Gracie had officially joined the Brain Science Institute. She completed the graduate school's doctorate program in May of that year, and had only turned 17 in July. Wait, so Kurisu has a doctorate degree? Jesus Christ. Okabe Kurisu Mahou Polykilwan. Oh dear. Mahou herself had joined the Brain Science Institute at an extremely young age, but her record had been beaten by quite a lot. Kurisu was a genius. Everyone who met her could tell. Dr. Luxinen had been Kurisu's advisor during the program, so Mahou had met her several times. And that was enough to tell her that Kurisu was different. Kurisu never showed off her own talents. Actually, she didn't seem to think of herself as particularly intelligent at all. But that actually made it a little hard for the people around her to approach her. Whenever you talked to Kurisu, you were forced to realize that there could be a gap between you and her that could never be erased. She learned later from Dr. Luxinen that things had been the same in grad school. It was rumored that was the real reason she'd come to America from Japan at the age of 11. No matter what she wanted, no matter where she lived, she was cut off from the people around her. And that was what it meant to be a genius like her. Since Mahou was a girl too, and close to her in age, she actually considered Kurisu more of a rival. Since they were working in the same field, they were going to be compared, and she didn't want to lose. Maybe that was why Mahou had never thought of going to talk to her. And Kurisu was so busy learning how to work at the lab that she'd never come to talk to Mahou. But then 2 weeks after Kurisu came to the lab, a certain classical song had changed their relationship forever.
再セッ
And play. There are two types of people in the world. Those who worked better with music, and those who worked better with silence. From a brain science perspective, the idea that you could concentrate better with music was sheer nonsense. Whether you're aware of it or not, the sound was vibrating your eardrums, and your brain was continually analyzing it. Whether there were ever a public debate on the subject, Mahou would want to take the first position, Jesus. Theory and feelings were different. You could concentrate best with music in the background, and you could be more creative. But there was one condition.
流していて集中で
The
きる
song
音
has
楽
to
は
have been composed
モ
by
ーツァルトが
Mozart.
作曲したものに限る
Huh? Never mind. I'm not gonna start an argument with a fictional character. Mahou whispered to herself as she turned toward the computer. She'd been running a patch on some equations for 2 full days, and had been finally completed. Today she was going to spend the whole day analyzing the output. It was Saturday, so she was the only person in the lab. This was the one day she had for she had this whole huge space to herself. So she decided to play Mozart's 11th Sonata from the speakers, not her headphones. She didn't intend to pay any attention to the music. This is more like a ritual she needed in order to concentrate. It was a warm-up exercise before she could dive into a sea of numbers and equations. When she dove in, she wouldn't need it anymore, so she simply stopped hearing it. She stopped seeing everything around her too. All she saw was the numbers and equations. All that was in her head were numbers and equations. All that was left was a thinking machine named Mahou Hiyajo. Her mind left behind the bonds of her physical body, and the speed of her thoughts accelerated toward the infinite. It was time for another fun journey.
おはようございます
Good morning. Startled Mahou sound. Someone suddenly whispered in her ear, and Mahou jumped out of her chair, lost her balance, and fell. She looked up and saw Kurisu staring down at her, beginning to panic. I'm sorry. I didn't think you'd be so surprised. Kurisu, don't scare me like that. I called your name a bunch of times, but you didn't seem to hear me. Oh. Mahou stood up and sat back in her chair. Sorry, I was focusing so much I didn't hear you. Yeah, I thought so. Then you shouldn't have just left me. Then you should have just left me alone. Maybe Kurisu could tell she was thinking that, because she quickly added. I felt bad about it, but since I'd run into you on a weekend, I thought I should say something. And you seemed like you just started, so I didn't think I'd be a bother. Did you just get here? Yeah, I thought I'd be the only one here. I'm surprised. Then Mahou realized something was strange. You said you just got here, right? So how do you know I'd only just started working? Oh, because... Kurisu pointed to the speakers. You're still at the start of the first movement. Ah, that makes sense. K331, Mozart's Piano Sonata No. 11 in A major, first movement. Nerd. Thoughts? You like Mozart? I just know a little about him. Okay, are you being tsundere over a fucking whatever? And it's really more that I just like this song. The Turkish the Turkish march is more popular, but the melody in the first movement feels so much more pleasant, doesn't it? I agree. I'm so glad. Whenever I'm really trying to focus, I put Mozart on in the background. That's not a very scientific thing to do, I know. Mahou couldn't help but laugh as she realized Kurisu was saying the same thing she'd said earlier. In the 2 weeks since Kurisu had joined the team, Mahou hadn't been quite sure how to deal with her, but now she wanted to know a little more. So she used the signal her co-workers always used when they wanted to take breaks. Wanna get some coffee? Sounds great. There's a bunch of stuff I wanted to ask you. As she watched Kurisu follow her, filled with energy, she was reminded of the pet dog she used to have. Please. But later she would realize that was one of the things that made Kurisu cute. You compared it to a fucking dog, I would hope you consider her cute. She got 2 hot coffees from the lab coffee machine, and the two of them talked about the research for a while. It must have been a strange sight. 20-year-old Mahou and 17-year-old Kurisu debating the latest developments in cerebral physiology while drinking coffee out of paper cups. But the two of them realized that since they never had someone of the same sex and age to work with, these conversations were a big help to both of them. Having the older Mahou and round must have been a particularly big help to Kurisu. Once in a while, Kurisu would still call her senpai, the Japanese word for an upperclassman or a more senior colleague. You know, I once heard that Einstein liked to play the violin. Violin. He seems to have a lot of respect for Mozart. Maybe it's a tradition for scientists to like Mozart. Maybe that's why Leo doesn't like Mozart, because he's not a scientist. If that's true, then it's an honor. After a short debate about their work, the two of them talked about Mozart until they finished their coffee. After she had a real conversation with Kurisu, Mahou realized that she was totally different than her first impression. Leo knows science. Is a scientist. Is this why I like Mozart? Maybe. Every time she spoke, she smiled or pout. It was adorable to watch. Well, the only thing she had in common with most people her age was her appearance. She was a genius.
先輩は
Do you know what Einstein said when someone asked him what death meant to him?
という質問にといいえ
No.
なんて言
What
った
did
の
he say?
使徒はモーツァルト
Death
と聞けな
means
くな
not
る
getting
こと
to
が
listen to Mozart anymore.
日本ではそれ
It's
な
a
りに
fairly
有名な
famous
言葉
phrase
な
in
んですよ
Japan. Death means not getting to listen to Mozart anymore. It was a more romantic phrase than she'd expect from Einstein, who she thought she knew. I read that wrong, but that's okay.
へえ知ら
Yeah.
なかった
I had no idea
アイン
Einstein
シュタイ
said
ンが
that,
そんな
huh?
ことを言ったのねいいえ
No, he didn't.
え
Huh?
まあ
Well, to
厳
be
密には
completely
言っていない
accurate,
ことは証
they
明で
can't
きま
prove
せ
that
ん
he
けど
didn't say it.
少なくとも
But at least
記
there's
録は
no
残ってい
records
ない
of
と
it.
思いますどういうこと
What do you mean? Kurisu smiled and put her finger up to her lips.
昔日
A
本で
book that was
発売され
published
た
in
本
Japan a
に
long time
別
ago
の
had
本から
that
の
phrase
引
as
用
a
と
quote
して
from
この
another
言葉が載ってい
biography.
たんですけれど
But the
その
Japanese
本には
book didn't
引用元の
specify
署
which
名が書かれて
biography
な
they
かっ
got
た
the
し
quote from,
今に
and
至
no
る
one
ま
has
で
ever found
引用
it.
元の本は見つかった著者がでっち上げた
But
って
the
こ
author
と
made it up? Sheesh.
呆れた話ね証明はできません
They
から
can't prove that, so we can't be totally sure.
でも
But
この言葉
I think these words are very much what a logical man like Einstein would say.
ロジカル
Logical?
ええだって
Yes.
死んだら
Because
モー
once
ツ
you're
ァル
dead, you
ト
can't
が聞
listen
け
to
なくなりますよ
Mozart,
ね
right?
そんなの当たり
Of
前
course
じゃない
not.
はい
Yes, of
当たり
course
前な
not.
んですモーツァルトに
Once
限
you're
ら
dead, you can't listen to anything at all. Not just Mozart.
ず命題は真です
Thus, the statement is true.
ね
See?
ロジカルでしょ
Logical, right?
あなた面白いわね
You're very interesting. You know that?
知性と幼さが
Intelligence
一
and
つの脳の
childishness
中
are
に同居して
all
る
wrapped up in the same brain. She is literally 17.
幼くなんか
I'm
ない
not
ですよ
childish.
ごめんなさい
Sorry.
遅くなったけど
I know it's a bit late, but it's a pleasure to be working with you, Kurisu. Mahou offered her hand, and Kurisu shook it with a smile. Kurisu's hand was warm. How cute. You too,
よろしくお願い
Mahou.
します先輩
Senpai. Mozart had brought the two of them together. Kurisu was a child beloved by God. Everyone was amazed and astonished by her unmatched creativity. Everyone including, of course, Mahou. Something. Dun dun dun. I felt like she had to remember something important.
おはようございます
Good morning. Oh boy. Someone suddenly whispered in her ear. Mahou jumped off the sofa. What? Kurisu was right. At some point, Dr. Lixinen had picked up the laptop and taken it behind Mahou's back. Kurisu was on the screen laughing at her. Evidently, the professor had brought it close to Mahou's ears and made Kurisu whisper to her.
先輩
You were just in your concentration mode, weren't you?
教授が何度呼びかけて
No
も
matter how many
自分の
times the
世界と
professor called your
なかった
name,
ですから
you wouldn't come out of your little world.
あ
Oh,
すみません
sorry.
こんな非常事
I'm
態
impressed that
で
you
も
can
研究
continue
す
your
る姿
research
勢
even
は
while this emergency is
大したものだ
going
よ
on. The professor put the laptop back on the table and sat on the sofa across from her. And then they started the meeting. She discussed their future plans with the professor. One of the options that came up was going back to America. Something kept bugging Mahou the whole time during the meeting. When she was remembering how she'd met Kurisu, she was also remembering something else. Salieri, Mahou's user account name. She picked it a month after Kurisu had died. For some reason, she couldn't stop thinking about it. After she finished her meeting with Dr. Lixinen and left the school, she realized it had started to rain.
あや
Huh.
っぱり降ってきち
So
ゃっ
it
た
did
か
rain.
日本の天気予
Japan's
報
weather
は
reports are
驚くほどすご
surprisingly
いね
accurate.
桐生さん
And what if Kiryu stopped in some shop somewhere? Just as she went to take her phone and send a message to her, she got a message of her own from Kurisu. It was fun talking with this Sawayama today. Tell me about Okabe next time. Yes, Awokia. I told you. Oh, Daru application. Amazing. I had fun too. I said this before, but it's not like that. Geckos. Grr. She was about to snap and say something back when she saw Moeka in her field of vision. She opened her folding umbrella and was crouching by the side of the road with her phone out. When Mahou approached, she saw a flower blooming between the asphalt and the shrubbery. Moeka was trying to take a picture of it. Cute. Sorry, Kiryu. I'm done. Moeka looked up and opened her mouth hesitantly. Hiyajo. I like that their umbrellas are complementary colors. Mahou was happy that she said her name. You're taking pictures of the flowers? Yeah. Moeka nodded and looked back toward the ground. There was a tiny flower blooming where the asphalt met the shrubbery. There was no other flower like it in view. The wind must have brought it here. The flower's color was striking, but something, perhaps the rain, made it look sickly. Moeka took a picture of it. Then another, and another. The umbrella in her hand seemed to be stopping her from taking a good picture. Want me to hold your umbrella? No, I'm fine. It's fine. Mahou practically yanked the umbrella out of Moeka's hands. Thoughts? Thank you. You're welcome. Moeka used both hands to steady her camera. Then, when it came to focus, she pressed the button. A moment later, she stood up, satisfied. I got a good photo. I'm all set. Were you getting ready for my portrait? I can read. Moeka shook her head. I can't take your picture. It's raining. I always take pictures of landscapes. You like taking photos? Moeka shook her head again. It's proof. Proof of where I was today. Proof? Yeah. What do you mean? And then she heard the sound that meant she received a Vine message. Was that from Kurisu again? I got one too. It's from Ferris. From Ferris. Disaster, Nya? Oh no. The 314th prophecy of Fatima has come to pass, Nya. The hearts of men have lost the will to believe, and the seal created by the sacrifice of the ancient Incan civilization has been broken, Nya. It's only a matter of time before the Dark God, the master of Pluto, revives, Nya. Not only the Earth, but the whole Galactic Federation is in danger, Nya. There would be riots in the streets on New York. Summon the House of Lords of the Senate immediately, Nya. The president is missing, but I'm sure he's flown off in the Air Force One or something to fight the enemy himself, Nya. The president would never do that. I'll start the ceremony to seal him away once more, Nya. I want you to buy time for me until it finishes, Nya. Wait, what are you talking about? What? That was a joke, Nya. Sorry. But really, there's big trouble, Nya. What? What happened? I'll explain later, Nya. There's a critical mission I want you to do before you head back to the condo, Nya. Question marks? Both Mahou and Moeka looked at each other, confused by Ferris's strange message. Welcome both of you, Nya.
タイムリミットが
The time limit approaches, but there's still time, Nya.
準備は
Is everything ready? Nya?
できている。
It's ready.
ええ
Yeah.
では
Then let us begin, Nya. This operation name is...
夜更かしシンデレ
All Night Cinderella Girls Secret Party. Shocking Sleepy Confessions, Nya. What is Moeka wearing? Like, it's cute, it suits her, but it's just so different from the other two's outfits. That is accurate. Not much is accurate for what she is wearing. Thoughts? Thoughts?
二人ともどうした
What's wrong, you two? You're so low energy, Nya.
せっかくの女子
We don't get many chances to have a girls' night. Let's have fun, Nya. You knew it was gonna be something like, please bring me snacks while you're out. Yeah. I mean, at least it's like, bring snacks for everyone more of. But, yeah.
まあいいけど
I guess we can.
まさか
But I didn't think that the important mission you had for us was skipping
夕
dinner.
飯を抜いておくことだとは思わなかったわ
Oh, I see. So, skip dinner, let's have snacks all night. Fair enough, I guess. The two of them had suddenly gotten a message that Ferris was having a girls' party that night. Ferris had asked them to skip dinner so they'd have empty stomachs for the party. Goodness. Now, it seems like it's not a kyugu, it's just a long sweater. Interesting. And both Mahou and Moeka had done so. Okay, you what you want, Nya? I bought something a little pricey for the cakes and ice cream, Nya. Ferris started to rummage through the plastic convenience store bags with a smile. Normally, Ferris acted like she was rich, and in fact, she was rich, so she could have easily purchased the most expensive cake that either of them had ever tasted. But she realized that the right cakes and ice cream for a party like this were the ones you got at a convenience store, and she purchased them without any hesitation. Mahou thought that must be one reason why the customers and maids at May Queen admired her so much. She'd been working short-staffed at May Queen since the start of the year, so it had to have been hard, but she wasn't showing any signs of exhaustion at all. What's wrong, Mahou-nyan? Did you fall in love with Ferris, Nyan? I always love it when girls fall in love with me, Nyan. Interesting. What? It's not like that. Don't be so embarrassed, Nya. I'm happy you seem to like your present too, Nya. Lesbian Nyans. So true. Those panda pajamas look good on you. Great on you, Nya. Just as I thought. It's not like them. It's just rude not to wear something that's a gift. Wait, so then... Ferris. The hooded panda pajamas that Mahou was wearing were a gift from Ferris. I don't mind the fact that it fits perfectly, but this is definitely a child's size. You're like a little doll, so I'm sure anything looks good on you, Mahou-nyan. Stop calling me that, I said. And please, don't think you're going to make me wear a different pair of animal pajamas every day. Well, now that you've given her that idea, of course she's going to try. Yeah? What? Mahou-nyan, can you read minds, Nya? How'd you know I already had a week's worth lined up, Nya? You already bought them? Just as Mahou was starting to realize that Ferris was just toying with her. Moeka was covering her mouth with her hand and trying not to laugh. Kiryu? Moinyo? Sorry. I didn't mean to laugh, but... Mahou saw Moeka smile for the first time. So this was how she smiled? Moinyan, that smells so cute, Nya. Let me see more, Nya. Oh dear. Ferris's eyes sparkled in the dim light. Without warning, she leapt upon Moeka and started to tickle her sides. Oh dear. Tickle, 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 tickle. Stop it. Stop. Neon service time. True. Moeka was evidently very vulnerable to tickling. She squirmed as tears formed in her eyes, and she started to gasp for air. No. I feel like I'm doing something naughty, nya. I wonder why. Ferris.
そうね。
Yeah. Yamaho's face. So accurate. Ferris backed off of Moeka as Moeka panted and gasped for breath. Poor Moeka.
しかし、
It sure is amazing,
す
though.
ごいにゃ。
Amazing.
そうね。
Yeah. Ferris and Mahou looked at each other and spoke.
すごいよ。
An amazing rack, yeah. God damn it, Ferris. Moeka was wearing a crimson baby doll as her pajamas. It was the kind of adult lingerie that you could never imagine a girl like her wearing. Yeah. Of course, she seemed unaware of this and had seemingly only chosen it because it was easy to move around in. That's fair. So Moeka picked it out herself. Okay, I thought for sure Ferris was the one that got it for her given the panda pajamas. But with Moeka's natural proportions, she ended up looking incredibly seductive. And on top of that, when her massive breasts shook as Ferris tickled her, even Mahou felt a little strange. Sorry. Sorry. Just a little painty, which makes it worse, frankly. Moeka apologized as she gasped for breath. Mahou shook her head to drive away the strange feelings.
まあいいわ。
Well, whatever.
じゃあ、
Okay,
女子会
let's
と
start
や
the
らを
party.
始めましょうか。
Okay, bring the chill drinks, nya.
今夜は
Tonight, no one gets any sleep, nya. Oh boy. No one gets any sleep was Ferris's idea of a joke. She had work early next morning. The party lasted exactly 2 hours, and they talked the whole time. And actually, Ferris talked the whole time, and Mahou and Moeka would occasionally answer. At most sleepovers, girls talked about fashion and romance, maybe, but these girls weren't interested in those things. Instead, they talked about work and their futures. It was fun to see a different side of each other as they spoke. Moeka, for instance.
趣味で
I'm writing a
小説
novel
を
for fun.
書いてるの。
She would. She said she'd been reading one of those web novels that were popular lately and decided to write one herself. And what's more, she said it was a romance with some really steamy scenes. Not surprised.
読ませてにゃ。
Let me read it, Nya.
無理。
I can't.
まだ
I haven't even
一章
finished the
も
first
書き終わって
chapter.
ないから。
That also unfortunately checks out. Moeka refused, but Ferris and Mahou made her promise to let them see it when it was finished. Ferris had something surprising to say too.
メイドをやめる
I'm not
つもり
going to
はない
quit being a maid, but I want to get married, Nyan. I want a lot of kids,
子供が
Nyan.
たくさん欲しい
She wants a whole litter of kids. Ferris had lost her family when she was young, so she wanted a big family of her own, and as soon as possible. Oh dear. It was probably going to be a very lively family. Oh yeah. For at least 30 minutes, Ferris talked Mahou into giving a lecture on AI research. Mahou gave a slightly less formal version of the interview she'd done yesterday. She talked about the framing problem, about Amadeus, and about a future where AI surpassed humans. Ferris was interested in more than anime culture. She was into technology and gadgets as well. She paid close attention to what Mahou had to say. Probably because it reminds her of her father. But as Mahou spoke, she realized that Moeka was starting to look depressed.
キリュウさん
Kiryu,
どうか
what's
した
wrong? Thoughts?
眠くなっちゃったか
You
な
getting tired, Nya?
そうじゃ
That's not it.
ない。未来が
I'm scared of the
Alright.
future.
思って。
Fair enough.
AI が
Scared of the future.
そう
Yeah.
人工知能の研
Once there's
究
an
が
AI
進ん
that's
で
better than humans,
人間よ
I
り
think a
優
lot
秀
of
な
people
人
are
工
going
知
to
能が
lose their
誕生した
jobs.
ら仕事を失う人が現れると思う。私も
I'll probably be one of them.
その一人になるかも。それが
And that scares me.
怖い。
So that was it, Mahou thought to herself. Mahou had only lived with Moeka for a few days, but she started to figure out her personality. She was a very pretty girl, with amazing proportions, and good at her job, but Moeka seemed to think she was worthless. She thought that nobody needed her, and that if someone better than her appeared, they would quickly take her place. And once that happened and if there was no place left where she belonged, then what would happen to her? She would join CERN and become a rounder, and eventually kill herself. That scared her.
大丈夫よ
It's okay, Kiryu.
そうにゃ
That's right,
そんな
Nya.
心配いらない
You don't need to worry, Nya. Thoughts.
私は
I don't have any special talents or smarts
ヒア
like
ジ
you
ョさんのよ
two.
うな誰でも
Anyone can take my
私の代わ
place.
りになれる。誰でも
Anyone could do a better
私よ
job
りう
than
まく
me.
働ける。私は
I'm not as talented as you two.
優秀ではな
Thoughts.
だから何なの
So what?
代わりがいる
So someone could take your place. So someone's better than you. So
それ
what?
が何だっていうのマホニャ
Mahonyan.
私より優秀な
There are a lot of
脳科学者はい
scientists
く
who
ら
are
でも
more
いるわ
talented than I am. Cough, cough, Kurisu, cough, cough.
いつかは私
And
が
maybe
発明した
someday
人
the
工知
AI
能が
invent will write a
私よ
paper
りも
better than
優
I
れた
ever
論文を
could.
書き上げてしまうかもしれないでも
But so what?
ビクトルコンドリア大
At
学
Dr.
の
Lex Ninian's lab at Victor Conjure University, the nearest desk to the
私の
entrance is
席
my
なの
seat.
扉の立て付
The
けが
door
悪く
wasn't
て
put on right,
いつ
and
も
the window
風が
always
吹き込んで
blows
くる
through
し
it, and you can
い
always
つ
hear
も誰
people
かが廊下
chattering
で
in the
喋っているか
hallway.
らうるさくて
But
し
it's
ょうが
my
ないけ
seat.
ど私のたとえ宇宙が終
Even
わ
if
ったと
the
しても
universe itself were to
私
end,
はあの
I'm not
席を
giving
他
that
の
seat
誰か
up
に
to
譲るつもりは
anyone.
ないわ私より優秀
Even
な
if a
脳
more
科学者が
talented scientist or a
私よ
more
り優
talented
秀な
AI
人工
wants
知能
it,
が
I'm
あ
not
の
giving
席
it
に
up.
座りたがっても譲ってなんかあげ
Thoughts.
人は誰かの代
I
わり
won't
なんか
tell
に
you
な
that no
れ
one
な
can
い
take anyone else's
なんて
place.
甘い話
That's
をす
just
るつもりはない
platitude.
わ代わりが効かない
There
仕
really
事なん
aren't
て
that many jobs in
社会活動
society
の
where
中
you're
では
truly
めったにないもの
irreplaceable.
でも
But that doesn't mean you have
だ
to
から
just
変わ
hand
ってあげる
everything
義理なんてないわ
over.
私は
Because
私なん
I'm
だ
me,
から
not someone else. Thoughts.
私は
I am.
私、
それにね
And it doesn't
優
matter
秀
how
かどうか
talented
なん
you
て
are.
関係ないのよもし
Let's say there was a
テニ
bio
スさんと
robot that was
全く
identical
同
to
一の
Ferris
生体
right
ロボット
down
が
to the
存在して
molecular level,
全く
and it
同
could
等
do a better
も
job
し
of
くは
serving you
そ
than
れ
she
以上の
could.
給仕ができるとするそれでも
I'd
私
still
は
rather
テニス
ask
さんに給仕
Ferris.
をお願いするわたとえ料金が
Even if it
10倍
cost me
違っても
10 times or
100
100
倍違
times
っても
more, I
ロボ
wouldn't
ット
ask
に
the
頼もうとは
robot.
思わないそこに理由なん
There's
て
no
ない
real reason for this.
私は
I just
テ
want
ニ
to
スさん
drink
が
the
出
tea
して
she
くれる
makes
紅茶が飲み
me.
たいのつまりはそういうこ
That's
と
what
よ
I'm saying.
だから
So, Mahou was getting so emotional she didn't know what to say next. Thoughts. Thoughts. She realized that Moeka and Ferris were staring at her in shock.
ごめんなさい
Sorry.
私た
I
ら
just
つい
kind
抜
of
きになって
thoughts.
私は
I am me.
私、そう
Maybe. I
なのかも
am. Moeka smiled a little. Mahou-nya. The next instant, Ferris was on top of her, squeezing her tight. Wait, what's going on? Ferris was smiling at her with dewy eyes. That was so moving, Nya. I didn't realize you loved me so much. I love you too. I'll make you tea for the rest of your life, Nya. Huh? Is that what you just said? I mean... The next few minutes were a struggle to stop Ferris from rubbing her face against her cheek. Why would you stop that? It's adorable. Let her meow. Oh, back to Okabe. I sighed a little as I got off the train at Akihabara.
えてみると俺
Come to think of it,
年
I
明けから
come to
5日連
Akihabara
続
5
で
days in a row.
秋葉に来てることになるな
New Year's was our trip to the shrine. On the second, I'd come to deal with the aftermath of that, and then the world line had changed. On the third, I'd come to check on Mahou and Moeka. On the fourth, that is yesterday, Mayuri had invited me to a New Year's party at Maid Queen. I hadn't come to Akihabara every day like this since last summer.
フェリスちゃん
What's going on with
どうしたんだろうね。
Ferris, you think?
さあな
I don't know.
あいつ
I
の
never
考え
could
て
tell
いる
what
こと
she's
を
thinking. There's a reason I brought Mayuri to Akihabara. Big trouble, Nyan. Tonight the 32th. Oh, Jesus. But anyway, there really is trouble. I'm really, really sorry, but come to Ferris's house as much as soon as you can. Basically, something bad had happened at Ferris's house, and she wanted my help. Ugh.
ヒヤジョーさんた
Did
ちに
something
何かあ
happen
った
to
の
Yaja
か
and Moeka? Can I? Oh, cannot scroll through the messages.
昨日フェイリスと話した
Everything
時は
seemed normal when I talked to
普段通り
Ferris yesterday.
そんなことないよ
That's not true. Ferris did indeed happen.
フェリスちゃん
Ferris has
この
been
年
working
末
really
年始
hard the
は
last
すっ
few
ごく
weeks,
頑張ってる
and she's
から
getting really
かな
tired.
り疲れてると思うでもねフェリ
But
スち
she
ゃん
never
って弱音を
complains,
吐くこと
no
は
matter how
絶
hard
対
it
にない
gets.
んだ
She's always
ど
cheerful.
んなに大変でもねいつもなのに今回は
But this time,
珍しく
she's
オーバ
actually
リーに
come
助け
to
を
you
求
for
めてき
help.
てるわけでしょよっぽどのこと
Something
が
really
起きてる
bad
ん
must
じゃ
have
ないか
happened,
な
maybe. We decided to hurry to Ferris's house.
あれ
Huh? We called Ferris's condo from the first floor entrance, but there was no answer. Was Kuroki not in? But at least Mahou and Moeka should be.
出ないね
They're not answering, huh?
おかしいな
That's strange. I tried again, and this time I got a response.
はい
Hello.
岡部
This
です
is
か
Okabe.
はい
Yes.
お嬢
The
様
mistress
から
told me.
伺っております
Come on up.
どうぞ
Question mark. May and I looked at each other, shocked by the tone of his voice. Thoughts. Even when he came to greet us, Kuroki was too exhausted to give his usual elegant welcome.
岡部
Master
様
Okabe. Kuroki called my name meekly, and the next moment he collapsed to his knees like a puppet with its strings cut. Kuroki.
このままでは
At this rate,
秋葉家
the
が
Akiha clan is doomed. Kuroki, what's wrong? Okabe, you must escape. You mustn't stay here. What happened? I don't know. I can't believe the things I've seen. Seen? What did you see? Kuroki tried to say something, but then gave up and shook his head. And then he slowly raised his arm and pointed to the end of the hallway, the guest room, and there. What? What's where Mahou and Moeka were? Does something happen to them? Mairi, take care of Kuroki. Okay. I left Kuroki and Mairi's carrying right to the guest room. The door to the guest room was shut. Yasha, Moeka Kiryu, are you alright? Either of you, answer me. Damn it, I'm coming in. But how? How could this have happened? I couldn't believe my eyes. The scene was indescribable. Yep, I knew it. I knew it was just gonna be incredibly more messy. The only words I could come up with were a palace of junk. The desk and bed were still where they'd been, but everything else had changed. Books, notepads, and other strange objects were piled to the ceiling in layers. What may have started as a temporary pile of books had become a wall that reached the top of the room. Walls made of hundreds of books are scattered about the room, forming a small labyrinth. In some places, the path was so narrow you need to turn sideways to get through. The light from the ceiling no longer reached the floor, so small lights had been set up on top of the carpet. They were like torches in an underground labyrinth. Strangely, the space wasn't dirty. The result of Mahou and Moeka's attempts to maximize their creative output was the construction of a labyrinth in their guest room. In a sense, it was the highest application of the principles of functional beauty. But it was still a palace of junk. Mahou just thriving, humming. Mahou was humming as she typed into her keyboard. She had a big pair of headphones on. Thoughts. Moeka was kneeling on the carpet with her legs splayed, typing into her laptop at the low table. She, too, was wearing headphones. Mahou saw me standing in shock at the entrance and took off her headphones. Oh, Okabe. Hello. Moeka took her headphones off, too. Moeka took off her headphones, too. Hello. Wow. This room is amazing, huh? I hope you mean that sarcastically, Mayuri. Mayuri was so astonished she couldn't think of anything else to say. Did these two realize how much it took to freak out Mayuri? What's wrong, you two? What do you mean, what's wrong? What the hell happened to this room? The room? Was there something strange about it? Question mark. Everything's strange about it. It wasn't like this 2 days ago. Oh, is that it? The passage of time brings change. For things and people. And of course, rooms. What do you think? It's so much more functional this way, isn't it? No. The fact that Mahou didn't seem to find anything wrong with this at all made my head hurt. It looks like he could go on an adventure. For her part, Mayuri was wandering through the labyrinth, excited. There were screens to divide the different parts of the room. The screens were different colored baby doll lingerie. Oh, these are cute. I chose the colors when I hung them. Wow, you're right. Moeka, you've got lots of grown-up underwear, huh? Mayuri, I'm sorry. But can you leave before this discussion gets any more complicated? Oh, sure. I tried talking to Mahou and Moeka, but couldn't get any useful information. When it came down to it, none of them understood that this room was as messy as you could get it. Everything they needed was always within arm's reach, so the two of them thought of it as a pleasant place to work and live. This was definitely the reason why Ferris had come to me for help, and why Kuroki seemed to be on the verge of death. Kuroki, Lakiha's family ultimate butler, had a policy of not letting a single speck of dust exist in a room. These two must have driven him over the edge. That explained the terror in his eyes. He probably tried to clean the room up when they first started living here. Thinking back, he'd been acting strange when I came here 2 days ago. But why did Ferris come to me? And I don't know why she told me to bring Mayuri either. Mayushi had a brilliant idea. Ferris probably wants this room cleaned up. That's why she called Mayushi. If he'd come alone, he might have given up, right? Yeah, probably. I was looking at an entirely new structure. It wasn't something you could just clean up. If I'd come alone, I might have just turned tail and run. It would take a team of professional cleaners a full day to clean this thing up. This wouldn't be worth it unless I was getting paid. I wanted to complain, but I was the only one I was the one who asked Ferris to let Mahou stay here. I had to do it. We're cleaning this room up today. No complaints, okay? It's the lady of the house's orders.
そうなの？
Yeah,
いまいち納得
I'm
で
not
き
sure
な
I
いけど。
agree, but
ま
whatever.
あいいわ。
Got it.
分かった
Okay.
呼べるだけの知り
I'll
合い
have
に
to
応
call
援を
everyone I
と
can
して
think of to come help. But where do we even start?
そうだ。
I know.
まゆしは
Mayushi had another brilliant
また
idea.
ひらめいちゃったのです。お掃除軍
Why don't we
曹
get
に
Sergeant Clean to help?
どうかな？
お掃除
Sergeant
軍曹
Clean? What's that?
それは
お掃除軍曹
Sergeant Clean is very good at cleaning.
でもお掃
I
除が
never
得意
would
だ
have
わ。
guessed. Thanks, Mayuri.
部屋が散らかって
The
いれば
messier the
散
room,
らか
the
って
stronger their power level grows,
ファ
they
イト
say.
が湧いてくるんだって。
知り合いなのか
You know, them.
オカリン
It's someone you know really
よ
well.
ーく知ってる人だよ。
Huh?
え
Huh?
俺の
Someone I know
よ
well.
く知ってる人
Mayuri brought me to the lab. Or more precisely, the bronze tube workshop on the first floor of the building where the lab was. Okay, that's what I thought. Nae. Toot-to-doo. Toot-to-doo. Oh, Nae saying it back. Wonderful.
お
Thoughts.
オカリンおじさん。
Hello, Uncle Okarin.
こんにちは。
ーまゆり
Mayuri.
もしかしてお
Is
前の
Nae
言う
your Sergeant
お
Clean?
掃除軍曹というのは
Yep,
あったり
that's right. Okay, I thought it was gonna be her dad, but Nae works too.
なえちゃんはね。
Nae is really good at cleaning.
お掃除が上手なんだ。お店も家も
She cleans the store in her home every day,
毎
right?
日お片付けしてるんだよね。
そ
D-
そうなの
Do you?
そうだよ。
I do.
ブラウン管は
Daddy wipes down the brown tubes every day, but I do all the rest myself.
私が片付けてるの。
Come to think of it, I've never seen any garbage on the floor of the brown tube workshop. No,
別に
it's not that Daddy doesn't like cleaning.
ってわけじゃ
I
ない
just really love it.
私が
That's
好きな
good.
だけ。ゴミが床に落ちて
Whenever
る
I
と
see garbage on the floor, I feel like I have to pick it up.
体が勝手に
As
動
you
いちゃうの。
should.
部屋の汚れは心の汚れ
Mama
だ
used to always say that a messy room indicated a messy mind. I mean, that's definitely not wrong in regards to Mahou and Moeka, so
なるほど
I see.
しかしどの
But
辺
why
が
Sergeant
お
Clean?
掃除軍曹なのか
Naya's eyes went wide and her face blushed. But Bixis Mayuri,
お姉ちゃんそのことは
but I told you not to tell anyone.
って言ったのにごめんね
Sorry,
で
but
も
we need Sergeant
どう
Clean's
してもお
help.
掃除軍曹の力が必要なんだよう
But
わ
I'm not a sergeant or anything like that.
そうなんじゃお掃除している
I just get a little excited when I'm cleaning.
だけ
Aww.
だもん
It's true. Poor Naya. Naya looked to be on the verge of tears. Well, a girl her age wouldn't want to be called sergeant, maybe.
ねえ
Hey,
ちゃん
Naya, can you do
か
it?
な
Can you help Mayashi and her friends?
力を貸してくれないかな
You won't call me sergeant anymore?
もうよ
Yep,
呼ば
I
ない
won't.
じゃ
Then okay,
あお掃除
I'll clean. I want to go to Miss Kitty's house
お家
too.
も行ってみたいし
Miss Kitty, very good. Oh,
でも
but I don't want to go
大
alone.
丈夫
Don't worry,
み
everybody will come with you, right, Okorin?
おかりん
ああそうだ
Yeah.
な
I'll ask everybody I
片っ
can
端から声を
find.
かけよ
Okay, I'll go get ready, so wait for me.
うちまで
I'll go home and get the hat. Naya ran off toward the station.
う帽子
The hat? What's she
何
talking
のことだ
す
about?
ぐにわかる
You'll
よ
know soon. 30 minutes later. Fubuki, Kaede, and Dare were the ones who answered my call. We met up with Naya and headed to the garbage pit that Ferris's condo had become. And then, Sergeant Clean revealed herself before us.
私が訓練
I am Sergeant Clean, your drill instructor. I can read.
いいか
Listen up.
この部屋
Until this room is clean, you're inchworms, the lowest form of life on Earth.
地球上で最下等の生命体だお前たちは
You people are not appliances. You aren't worthy of being called vacuum cleaners.
葉っぱの上で
You're only good for stretching out and squeezing up on top of a leaf.
お前たちは
Because I am hard, you will not like me. But the more you hate me, the more you will
組
learn.
めばそれだけ学ぶ
You are an actual child, but okay.
私は厳しい
I am
が
hard,
公平
but I am fair. I'm only interested in getting this room sparkling
この部
clean.
屋をピッカピカにすることだけだわかったか
Got it? Inchworms? Mayuri. What is it?
なんだあれは
I like that Okabe's is like distress and then Mayuri is just field of flowers. What the hell is that?
なえちゃんは
Naya's personality kind of changes when she cleans, you see?
ちょっぴり性格が変わるのです
That's not a personality change, just a totally different person. A cute little lolly reveals herself to be a sadistic sergeant that cusses you out. In our world, that's a good thing. She is just an actual child, Daru. Shut the fuck up, please.
ダル
Daru,
主張しろ
can it? Please. Thank you.
掃除が終わったら
I hope she gets nice and flirty once we're done cleaning. Daru. Like, now that the room's clean, I'll clean you up. Huh? Okay. Duct tape his mouth, please.
今何
Who said that?
いことを言ったのは
Ma'am. I said it, ma'am. Dude.
勝手にしゃ
No talking. The only words out of your filthy sewer holes will be yes and no. Got it?
それと
And you will say Mistress Nae before every word. Got it?
とつけろわかっ
Mistress Nae. Yes, Mistress Nae. I can't believe I got a real lolly cussing me out. Today's my lucky day.
今日はついてる
At least it's having fun. I don't know, man.
何をニヤ
What are you grinning about? So true. Yeah.
いいか
Listen up. From now on, your name is Mr. Smiley Bear.
さんと呼ぶ
You know what? That's fair.
ナエ様
Mr. Snae. Yes, Mr. Snae.
嬉しいか
Do you like that name, Mr. Smiley Bear?
ナエ様
Mr. Snae. Yes, Mr. Snae.
どうでもいいけど
I don't know if it matters, but Mr. Snae. Yes, Mr. Snae. It's really hard to say. It really is, especially when it's Mistress instead of Nae-sama. What? You got a problem with that, Mr. Smiley Bear?
ナエ様
Mr. Snae. No. Mr. Snae.
バカにしている
Are you screwing with me, Mr. Smiley Bear?
ナエ様
Nae-sama, no. Nae-sama.
よろしい
Now hop to it, Mr. Smiley Bear.
30
I want you to wax the floor in the hallway 10 times in the next 30 seconds.
さっさと始め
Hop to it. Go. 1, 2, 3.
ナエ様
Mr. Snae. Yes.
ナエ様
Mr. Snae.
は
More insults, please. Shut the fuck up, please.
一人だけ
At least one person is enjoying this, I guess.
今日
Maybe we were lucky that Yuki couldn't make it today.
かもしれないね
Yeah. Kaede and Fubuki happened to be in Akihabara, so they offered to help, but Yuki had work and couldn't make it. For the sake of the Hashida's family future, I was glad. Mahou and Moeka had already given up on trying to match Naya's high energy, and were taking their time watching the windows on the veranda. Yuki can kill Daru a little bit as a treat. Yes.
よし
Okay, next.
そっちの美人
You,
のお姉
the pretty girls. Me?
美人
Pretty? You think so?
なぜ我が隊に
Tell me, why do you join my beloved corpse? We just came because you were asked to.
そうなのそうなの
Yeah, what's going on
どういう状況なの
here?
これ質問をしている
I'm asking the questions here. Ah,
私が聞いた
and you'll answer my questions.
ナエ様
Mr. Snae, yes, Mr. Snae.
もう一度聞く
I'll ask you one more time.
なぜ
Tell me why you volunteer for my corps.
言ってナエ様
Mr. Snae, to clean, Mr. Snae.
なら気合を入れ
Now let me see you clean your clean face. Oh dear. Mr. Snae, yes, Mr. Snae. clean face.
さあ行くよ
Come on,
楓ちゃん
let's go, Kaede. Huh? What?
本当
Ain't cleaning hell.
ふぶきちゃん
Fubuki's really getting into this, huh?
苦島さんは
Kurishima seems to be having
相
a
当困ってる
bit of a
みたいだ
bad
が
time.
そこの
You too. Why are you talking?
さっさとこのそびえ
Take
た
that big
黒くて
turkey
太いやつ
black
を下
thing
のゴミ捨て場に
down to the garbage dump. Why is this hard to read? You're an actual child.
そびえ
Big
立つ黒く
turkey
て
black. What?
なんだって
そこのゴミ
The
袋の
garbage
ことだ
bag,
よ
right? Yep, that's right. Now get to work.
さか運べナエ様
Mr. Stein, yes. Nice. Nice, Sama. We'll just stick with
ナイ
that.
様
Nice, Sama. Yes.
ナイ様
Nice, Sama.
ふざけるな
I can't hear you. You think you can clean this room like that?
きれいにできると思っているのか気合を入れろ
Put some energy into it. Louder. Nice, Sama. Yes. Nice, Sama.
全員
And the rest of you. If you got time to grin, you got time to carry garbage.
ゴミを拾え
Is this a fourth wall break?
ナエ様
Okay, no, it's just those two. Nice, Sama. Yes. Nice, Sama.
それが終わったら
Once that's done, we're polishing every doorknob in the house until it shines.
ナイ様
Nice, Sama. Yes. Nice, Sama.
泣いたり笑ったり
You will not laugh. You will not cry. You will polish tables. And you'll be glad to do it. Nice, Sama. Yes. Nice, Sama. Was not expecting a cleaning arc for the Mahou ending. And so the sergeant kept us cleaning until late into the night.
今日は本当
Thank you so much for helping today, Nya. I'm so happy, Nya.
一時はどう
I
なる
was
こと
worried
か
for a
と思
while,
いました
but
が
thanks to you,
皆
I've
様のおか
recovered.
げで立ち直れました今日は
I made a special dinner tonight, so please enjoy.
心ゆくまでお楽しみくだ
乾杯の音頭
I'd like to ask today's hero, Nai, to do the toast,
お
Nya.
願いするにゃ
Me?
適任だぞ
You're the perfect person to do it, Sergeant. Uncle Okarine, you promised not to say that.
って約束したでしょまあまあ
Oh, come on. You could do it, Nya. Oh, okay. Thank you all for helping clean today. Cheers. Kanpai. Kanpai. Oh wow, look, it's an actually clean room. A miracle, des. It took about half a day, but with Naya's help, we finished the cleaning. When Kuroki saw the cleaned room, he recovered and made us a huge dinner. Naya had seemed like a totally different person during the cleaning, but now she is back to normal. She was holding a cup filled with orange juice in both hands and happily talking to Kaede.
楓お姉ちゃん
So you can play the piano, Vix's Kaede? Wow.
そんなことないよ
It's not that special.
どちらかっていうと
I'm more interested in
私は
music
音楽史
history,
の方に興
like
味があるの
Mozart.
ピアノはそれ
I
こ
can
そ
only
弾
play a
ける
few
だけ
things.
って程度だからそんなことない
No, that's amazing. Kaede's modesty was only setting Nae off even more.
楓ちゃん
Kaede,
ナエ
why
様の
not
た
play
め
a
に
song for
一
Mistress
曲弾い
Nae?
てあげたら
There's a piano right
そ
over
こにピア
there.
ノもあるしさ
A small upright piano was in the corner of the living room. It was perfect. I want to hear the piano. Huh?
人に
I'm
聞
not
かせ
good
るよう
enough
な
to
腕
play
じゃ
for
ないよ
anyone. Play anyway.
フェイリスはピアノ
I
弾
can't
かな
play,
い
so
か
I
ら
know the piano would be
使って
happy
く
if
れ
you
た
used
ら
it,
ピアノ
yeah?
も喜ぶにゃ
もち
Of
ろん
course.
勝
I
率
keep
は
it tuned
隠
at
して
all
おりません
times. Sir. I respect you for that because pianos are a bitch to tune. Anyway.
困
Aw,
った
I
な
don't know.
じゃあ
Okay,
一曲だけね
just one song. Watch her just play Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. Yay! Kaede sat in front of the piano and lifted the cover over the keys. Oh no, she plays hot cross buns. Yes.
何
What
にし
should I
ようかな
play? She seemed happy as she stared at the keys and thought.
これだったらナエちゃん
Maybe you
の
know
知って
this
るか
one,
な
I?
知ってる
I do. The Turkish March. That's right. Her 10 fingers danced between the black and ivory keys, and a cheerful melody filled the room. She'd been very modest, but it was clear that she had a lot of talent. As the song played on, the rest of the group stopped talking and moved to the chairs and sofas around the piano. And then... You good, Mahou? Mahou had been sitting next to me, suddenly stood up. The sound echoed throughout the room a little louder than she thought it would. I'm sorry. Don't let it bother you. You can all keep talking, okay? Thoughts. Mahou kept standing up, as if lost in thought. Hyojo, is something wrong? Thoughts. No, it's nothing. I forgot that I had a call to make for work. That's all. You're gonna call Kurisu, aren't you? Sorry, I'll be right back. Mahou quietly left the room. Question mark? I felt like something was strange. I thought for a moment, and then suddenly looked where she'd been sitting. Question mark? Mahou's phone was still on the seat. Oh. Okay, so she's just being sad because of Kurisu. Got it. So she wasn't making a call after all. I was a little worried, so I took her phone and left the living room. The door to the guest room was open. I peeked inside and saw that Mahou was standing in the middle of the room with the lights off. Can I come in? She didn't tell me no, so I went inside to put the phone on the desk. You left it on your chair. You can't make any calls without this. Huh. Thanks. I didn't realize I'd forgotten it. You're really upset, huh? Upset. If you want to talk about it, we can. Yeah. It's not that big a deal, but maybe telling somebody would make me feel better. You know the title of that song she was playing? The Turkish March, right? Yeah. It's Mozart. Because of course it is. More precisely, K331, Mozart's Piano Sonata number 11, third movement. Sonata number 11 has 3 movements, and the third, the Turkish March, is very famous. But I actually like the melody from the first movement more. And Kurisu said she did too. I was just remembering that. Okabe, have you heard of a movie called Amadeus? Wasn't sure how to handle the sudden change of the subject. I know the basic plot, I guess. It's about a musician who was jealous of Mozart's talents, right? That's right, Antonio Salieri. In the movie, is depicted as a man whose life is ruined by Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart. He had a bright future as a musician, but Mozart's God-given talents made him jealous and drove him to despair. While everyone else was bewildered by Mozart's strange antics, he was the one person to see the talent underneath. The talents that gave him the name Amadeus, beloved of God. Salieri was a hard worker, and he couldn't handle the fact that Mozart's innate talent brought him from fame. And finally, he drives Mozart to the brink. Drives him to the brink. In the end, he drives Mozart to his death. This is just in the movie, right? I don't really know the details, but I have heard that there were some strange circumstances surrounding Mozart's death, and that he could have been poisoned. There's a theory that Salieri may have poisoned him. A month after Kurisu died, the school networks got a huge update. Mahou jumped to another subject again. And so we all had to
社
pick
員
new
は全員新しいユー
usernames.
ザー名を決めることになった。私は
I picked Salieri without really thinking about
サ
it.
リエリにした。
I wanted to go with the name of the AI,
人工知能のアマデウス
Amadeus.
と対比としてね。
I knew that. I'd seen her log in once in Moeka City's offices.
けれど
But maybe there was more
もしか
to
した
it than
ら
that.
違う
More to it.
何が
What do you mean?
私は
Maybe I named myself
Amadeus じゃなくて
Salieri, not because of Amadeus.
クリス
But
自
because
身
of
との対比
Kurisu.
として私にとって
To me, Kurisu was
Kurisu は
Amadeus.
アマデウスだった。
In other words, Mahou recognized Kurisu's talent more than anyone. And at the same time, she was more jealous of her than anyone else in the world. Just like Salieri,
ヒヤジョさん
Hiyajo. I didn't know what to say. I could see Mahou's shoulders shaking a little. And then... Both Mahou and I turned in the direction of the noise. Moeka was standing outside the door, looking troubled.
ごめんなさい。
I'm sorry.
いいのよ。
It's
気
fine.
にしないで。
Don't worry about it.
どうかしたのかしら。
What's up? Dots.
天王寺さんは
We need to get Tenoji back
Sorry.
home. Oh yeah, because she's an actual fucking child.
そうだな
You're right.
俺が
I'll
送っ
walk
てい
her
くよ
home. Just give me a second. Thoughts.
ヒヤジョさん
Yajo,
大丈
you
夫
okay?
辛そうな
You look like you're in
顔
pain.
をしているから。
ええ、
Yeah,
大丈夫。
I'm fine.
こんなに体を動
I
か
just
したの
haven't
久
moved
しぶりだ
around
か
like
ら。
this in a long time.
ちょっと
So
疲れ
maybe
ちゃ
I'm
っ
a
たの
little
かも。
tired.
そう、
I see.
それなら
Okay. I
いいけど
guess.
それじゃ
See you later. Moeka went back to the living room. That was a surprise. I never seen Moeka talk so much before. I never seen her talk that much in any world line, actually. And what's more, she'd been able to read Mahou's expression and even worry about her. Maybe living with Mahou was having an effect on her.
ごめんなさい、岡部さん。
Sorry, Okabe.
さっきの
Forget what I
話は
just
忘れ
said.
て。
あ
Okay,
分かった
sure.
聞いてくれて
Thanks for
ありがとう。
listening. Yeah, I do like Mahou's and Moeka's friendship. It's very cute.
これぐらいでよければ
Anytime, I
It's the-
guess. Mahou smiled a little and left the room. Fix this, Mayuri. Let's go there next. Okay,
じゃあ行くよ。
let's go. Ready? Start. Yay! I win. Aw, I lost. You run so fast, Naya.
じゃあかけ。
2人とも
Both of you. It's not safe to run when it's this dark.
大丈夫だよ。
It's fine, right? Right? It was getting late, so the cleaning party ended as soon as Naya left. It was Mayuri and I who had gone to get Sergeant Queen's help, so you were responsible for getting her back to the Brawn Tube workshop. Oddly enough, Mahou had said she wanted to take a walk and came along with us. Okay, next we race to that store.
このお店の前ね。よーし。
Alright, Mayushi won't lose this time. Ready? Start!
やべえ
Naya was more excited than usual. Was it because of all the praise that everyone had showered on Sergeant Clean?
どうかした
What is it?
いいえ、
No, I just never
Okabe-san,
seen you make
そういう
that
顔。
face is all.
初めて見たかもと思って。
どういう
What
顔だ
face?
なんていうのかし
I
ら。
don't know. Like you're not
緊張
nervous.
してない。
Like you're
リラックス
relaxed.
してる。初めて会った時
You've
から
always seemed like you were
あ
really
なたは
tense.
常に
Ever since
意
we
識を
first
張り
met.
詰めているような感じがしたから。
そうかな
Maybe. I never
自分で
really
は
realized
意
it.
識してなかったよ
At this time of night, the shops off the main road in Akihabara were starting to close, and there was no one around at all. The only ones walking down the alley at this hour are us four. I looked up, and I could just barely see the stars past the clear winter sky. Thoughts.
なあ
Hey,
ヒヤジョさん
Yajo. There's something I need to tell you
俺はクリスの
about
こと
Kurisu.
で
Thoughts.
クリスは
Kurisu was... Just as I was about to tell her, I could see Naya run across an intersection. Truck-kun again! Suddenly a black van with its headlights off leapt out of a side street and almost ran over Naya. Watch out! Naya just barely avoided being run over, but she fell butt first on the ground. Maya ran over to her. I warned you. I went to run over to Naya and realized that something was wrong. The black van's door opened and 3 people got out. 2 people were wearing masks and one was wearing a full face helmet. All of them had guns. They were speaking in English. What? The time and place were different. But this was the same thing I'd seen before. Why? The flashback froze me in place. The people with guns ignored Mayuri and I. They came straight for me and Mahou. I decided they had to be after one of us. Run! I forced myself out of the flashback and grabbed Mahou's arm, trying to force her to run. But... just run! I pushed her hard. Mahou had a look of terror and confusion on her face, but she did what I told her and started to run. She ran down a narrow alleyway and vanished from sight. The attacker seemed to be after Mahou, not me. They tried to follow her down the alleyway, but I quickly threw myself between them. I heard gunshots echo in the dark alleyway, and Mayuri and I screamed. Did they shoot? The attacker in a full face helmet had fired a warning shot into the sky, it looked like. Firing a gun on a Tokyo street was sure to get the police's attention. Did he just not care? I looked closer and realized that in addition to their black helmet, they were wearing a black motorcycle suit. At a glance I could tell the wearer was a woman. A woman. The black face mask kept me from seeing her face, but... was it Moeka? No, that was impossible. She should be at Ferris's right now. The woman stood in front of me without a word. Are you after Hiyajo? If they were after Mahou. I wasn't sure if it was a good idea to let her escape or not. The woman in the motorcycle suit kept her gaze locked on me at all times as she gave the other 2 men hand signals. They headed for the alleyway that Mahou had used with their guns at the ready. Wait! I yelled. But I hesitated to do anything more. Those bulky guys would catch up with Mahou almost immediately. But if I resisted, I put not only my own life in danger, but Mayuri's and Naya's as well. Damn it. Please get away, Mahou. I prayed as I watched the attackers run down the alley. Suddenly, one of them came flying back out of the alley. The other one was crawling backwards with his gaze locked on whatever lurked in the alley's rear. It was as if he'd run into a bear. Kenoji? Someone was in that alley. Who? Suzaha? Kenoji! So, what the hell is going on here? A large muscular man appeared from the alleyway. It was Yugo Tenoji. Had he come all the way from his shop? I came to see why Naya was late. So, her and my daughter, will you? You're going to regret that. Pull back. I could hear the woman in the motorcycle suit shout from within her helmet. She must have been using a radio. It was in order to retreat. She made a fast call. She was probably a professional. The van started to pull away with its door still open. The driver must have still been inside. Mayuri and I are both still sitting on the ground, but evidently they were okay. The woman in the motorcycle seat turned around and tried to escape using another alleyway. Wait. I chased after her, but she suddenly spun and hit me with the stock of her gun. Yeah, that makes sense. It was so sudden I didn't even have a chance to dodge, so I took the blow right on my jaw. I fell to the ground. I couldn't move. Oh, Karin! I just hope Mahou made it be okay. That was my only thought before I passed out. Mahou just kept running. She had no idea what was going on, but from the way Okabe had been acting of the gunshots she'd heard, something really bad was happening. She prayed for Okabe and Mayuri's safety as she ran toward Ferris's condo. I need to tell everyone. If she could just get there, she could find Ferris, Kuroki, and Moeka. Maybe they could do something. But just before she reached the building, she saw the black van from before coming down the street. She quickly turned around. She was starting to lose hope. If that van was still moving around, had Okabe and the others been captured? And now they were looking for her? No. No, that can't be. She felt herself starting to cry as she raced for the station. But she didn't know what to do once she got to the station. She needed to find the police, but she didn't know where the police station or police boxes were. Should she ask one of the people around or the station staff for help? What do I do? I need to calm down. There has to be something I can do. Her mind was racing at 1,000,000 miles an hour, and she needed to calm it down. And then she realized. That's right, the phone. Why didn't I think of this sooner? She searched the pockets of her clothes for her smartphone, and then just in case she checked her bag, but she couldn't find it in either place. Why? They were back. It was that same black van. It was driving around this area searching for her. She quickly hid behind a nearby coin-operated locker. Why? Where did my phone go? Did she drop it when she was running? She retraced her steps from before she'd left. Oh. And then she realized. She'd been talking with Okabe just before she left the condo. After she lied about having to make a call, Okabe had brought her the phone. Then she left it on the desk. It was probably still there. Oh no. No, I'm screwed. She would have to get to the police somehow. Maybe she should run into one of the stores. Several of them were still open. The best option would probably get to the station, or Yodobashi. But their problem was that black van. It was still going around looking for her. If she moved, it might find her. She tried to make herself as small as possible and hide behind a telephone pole. I wonder if everyone is safe. Suddenly, a hand reached out from behind her and across her mouth. Someone had grabbed her from behind. She tried to yell and rip it off, but the hand wouldn't move at all. She couldn't even move her head. All she could tell was that it was a man's hand. Mahou was starting to get ticked off at how ridiculous all this was. So she summoned every ounce of strength she could muster and slammed her elbow into the man behind her. Take this!
Oops!
Oops. She heard a small scream, and she was finally released. But she thought she knew that scream. Professor? Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey there, Mahou. It was Dr. Luxninen. He was holding his solar plexus as if in great pain, but he smiled at her. So you're in self-defense. I'm impressed.
どうしてこんなとこ
What
に
are you doing here? Probably the same as you. Oh, is he also running from them? I was enjoying dinner with the Mr. Izaki until a moment ago. We decided to end the night by going to a maid bar when we were attacked by armed men. Yeah, okay, interesting.
私も
Me
そう
too.
なんです
I thought so. You can assume that these are the same people behind the gas leak at our office and the raid on your hotel.
狙いは
They might be after Amadeus and the patrol keys I've got.
私が持っている制御コードを含めて
I see.
これから
What do we do
どうしましょ
now? He thought for a moment as he caught his breath. Evidently, the pain from Mahou's elbow was receding. Can you access Amadeus right now? Nope.
うできません
No.
スマ
I
ホを
didn't
置いて
bring
き
my
てしまっ
phone.
て
Okay. Well, let's go to the office.
新しい方のオ
The
フィ
new
スですか
office? Looks at it and nodded. If we didn't know what they were after, there would be nothing we could do. But if they're after Amadeus, that makes this much simpler. We'll delete the access program for Amadeus that exists on the university network. And as soon as that's done, it's back to the States. We'll get you some protection. And then there's nothing they can do. But is there a problem? The professor's attitude was a little different from usual, and Mahou found herself unable to say a word. His plan was the best that she could think of. They would delete the only way to access Amadeus from within Japan, and then get Mahou and her control keys to safety. The only reason she was hesitating was simple sentimentally. Yeah, we're just gonna move on. Oops. She hadn't been there long, but she enjoyed spending time with Okabe and Moeka. She didn't want to leave without saying goodbye, but she couldn't help it.
わかりました
Alright,
行きましょう
let's go. There was no one in Tokyo Denki University office. In the Tokyo Denki University office. She'd worried that her attackers might be waiting for her, but evidently she'd been worried over nothing. Ew.
We did it!
We did it. I guess they didn't get here before we did. What's wrong?
あ
No,
いえ
no.
そ
You're
うです
right.
ね
We were
そうなんで
lucky.
す
They've been very lucky. So lucky, in fact, that she was actually feeling nervous. If they were after Amadeus, wouldn't they have come here first? This was only a temporary office that had been picked a few days ago. Maybe they didn't know about it yet.
考えすぎは
It's not a good idea to overthink things, huh? Mahou, let's hurry. I'll let you do it.
はい
Okay. She quickly booted up her laptop and opened the login screen. Once again, her mind was drawn to the account name on the screen. Salieri. Mahou. The professor noticed her hands had stopped and urged her on. If it's difficult, you want me to do it? He must have thought she was still upset over the attack, but she shook her head and got to work.
すみません
Sorry,
つい
I
考
was just
え事
thinking.
はここ数日
For the past few days,
私と
I've
ク
been
リスと
thinking
の
about
関係について
Kurisu
考
and I.
えていたんです
As she typed up the keys. Yeah. She explained things to Dr. Lutz.
自分のユーザー名
When
を
I
見た
saw
ら
my username,
そ
I
れを
remembered
思
that.
い出してしまって私にとって彼
To
女
me,
は
she was
文字
Amadeus.
通り
Kurisu was Mozart. I see. So in other words, you were her Salieri. Dog, do not start. Please. Yes. That reminds me. Kurisu once said the exact same thing.
Eh?
What?
スが
Kurisu did?
どんな風に
When?
ある日
One day.
エムデウス
When I heard
と
that
は
Amadeus
神
meant
に
beloved
愛
of
された
God.
子という意
I
味
said
だ
this
と
to
聞い
Kurisu.
た私はクリス君はまさに
You really
エムデ
are
ウスだね
Amadeus.
とそしたら
And then she
彼女
smiled
は
and
微
said
笑
this
ん
to
で
me.
こう答えた
私がアマデウス
If I'm Amadeus,
サリエリは
the mahou is Salieri.
クリスが
Kurisu said
そう
that?
言ってたんですか。
あ
That's right.
クリスが
Kurisu. Mahou's mind went blank. Kurisu had said that? What did she mean?
魔法
Mahou,
大丈夫か
are you okay?
顔
You
色
look
が
pale.
悪いが
いえ
No,
大丈夫です作業を続け
I'll
ま
keep
す
working. Mahou felt a tempest raging within her mind. But for now, she needed to focus on the work in front of her. She could focus later.
ログインできました。
I've logged in.
いいんですね。
You ready? Mahou didn't look up from the screen.
あ
Yeah. Doctor looked stunning and didn't hesitate at all.
あ別にエムデウス
We're
の
not deleting
本
the
体
real
を消去する
Amadeus.
わけじゃない
Let's finish this
サク
up.
ッと済ませてしまおう
わかりました。
Yeah.
アマデウスシステムへ
I'm
の接続
temporarily
プログラ
deleting
ム
the access program for
一
Amadeus
時的にすべて
systems.
消去します。
その必要はないわ。
There's no need for that.
え
Huh? She heard a voice from the entrance to the room and then a bang. Not Doctor looks. Professor? By the time Mahou looked up, it was all over. Dr. Luxnen was lying on the sofa. He wasn't moving at all. She could see a bloodstain spreading over his clothes. She didn't need to check. He was dead. What did you do?
動かないで。
Don't move.
レイエス
Dr. Reyes.
お久しぶりね。
It's been a while. Mahou. But how?
話すと長く
It
な
would
る
be
し
a long story.
話すつもり
It's
も
not
な
one
い
I'm interested in telling.
すべてを知ってしま
If you knew
ったら
everything,
あ
I'd
なた
have
を
to kill
殺
you.
すしかなくなってしまうもの。
And Dr. Reyes pointed the gun at Mahou and smiled.
今の言葉の意味
You know what I mean,
わかるわ
right?
ね。
私が殺さ
That
れず
means
に
there's
済
a
む
way
方
to
法が
avoid you killing me,
ある
doesn't
って
it?
ことよね。
うん
Mm. I love smart little girls. The system finally booted, and Kurisu appeared on the screen.
先輩
Mahou,
どうしたんです
what's wrong? Kurisu was extremely perceptive. She could tell that something was wrong just by looking at Mahou's face. Dr. Rhea smiled silently. Mahou kept staring at the gun as she answered.
今
I'm in big
大ピンチ
trouble.
中。
その子に
Tell
今
her
の
what's
状況
going
を
on.
教えてあげなさいよ。
What?
その声
Is that Dr.
レイ
Reyes?
エス教授ですか？
ええ、そうよ。
Yes, that's right. Mahou spun the laptop around on the table so that Kurisu could see the entrance.
レイエス教授
Dr. Reyes, that gun.
レスキネン教授が殺
Dr.
されたわ。
Luxnen was killed. She
こ
shot
の女
him.
にね。そんな
What? Kurisu was too shocked to speak.
レイエス教授
Dr. Reyes,
自
do you
分
know
が
what
何
you're
をやってい
doing?
るのかわかっあなたのこれまで
Your
のキャリア
career is ruined, you
無に
know
帰す
that?
のよ。
大学の給
I
料
don't think I
で
can
老後
pay
も
for my
心配
retirement
な
or
の
professor's salary.
ほら、
You know, I've
私
had
って
trouble
男
finding a
運がない
man,
から。
right?
だから
So I decided
も
to
っと
take a
稼
better
げると
paying
ころ
job.
に転職したってわけ。
That was enough for Mahou to understand what Reyes was after.
あなた
You're trying to use Amadeus for
Amadeusを
military
軍事転用する
purposes,
つもりな
aren't
のね。
you?
答えないわよ。
I'm not answering that. We already know the answer though.
言ったでしょ
I told you.
全てを
If you
知
knew
った
the
ら
whole truth,
あなた
I'd
は
have to
殺さ
kill
なけ
you.
ればならなくなる。
好きな教授を
How
殺
can you
して
say
おきな
that
がら
when you just killed Dr.
よ
Luxnon
くもそんな
and
ことが言えるわね。
必要なのは
I just
制
need
御
the
コードよ。
control keys.
今の状態では
Even if I were to
たとえ
copy
デ
out
ータ
her
を丸
complete
ごとコ
data
ピー
right
した
now,
としても
that bratty
こ
little
の
AI
生意
won't
気
do
な
what I
AI は
tell her,
私の
will
言うことを
she?
聞いたりしないでしょ。
生意気？
Bratty?
それ
You mean me?
私のことですか？
これでもマイルド
That's
に
the
表現
nicest way
し
of
たつもり
putting
よ
it.
さあマホ
Okay, Maho.
クイ
Unlock
ズが隠
Kurisu's
し持ってい
secret
る秘
diary.
密の日記の鍵を開けなさい。わかるわよね。
You know what I mean, right?
制御コードを
Input the
入力
control
するの。
keys.
アマデウスの不可侵
Unlock
領
Amadeus
域
as
スト
an
レージ。
accessible storage area.
それを
You
解
give
除
me
して
administrative
私を
access.
管理者として再設定するの。そこまでやって
Once you've done that, I can do the
あとは
rest
こっちでなん
myself.
とかするわ。
断ったら
And if I refuse,
今すぐに
you get to see the
本心
professor
再
again.
開させてあげる。
Nereus waved the gun a little from side to side and pointed to Dr. Luxonen's body on the sofa.
私が制御コードを打ち
And
込
what's
んだ
stopping you
直後
from pulling the trigger after I
その
give you
引
the
き金が引
control
かれないという
keys?
保証は誰？
信頼しても
You'll
らう
just
しか
have to
ないわ
trust
ね。
me. I wouldn't trust you.
ただ、
Well,
こ
let
う
me
いう
say
言い方
this.
ならできる。今の私の
My
ボス
boss
は
needs someone to
アマデウス
maintain
のメンテナーを
Amadeus.
必要としている。あなたが転職
If
す
you're
るつも
thinking
り
of
があ
changing
るなら
jobs, I can
紹介して
introduce
あげて
you.
もいいわ。
Maho glanced back at the laptop. Kurisu was staring at her, worried.
先輩
Maho,
さあ、
no.
早く
Hurry
な
up.
さい。
先輩
Maho.
分かったわ
Alright.
先
Maho.
クリス
Kurisu,
ごめんなさい
I'm sorry. Maho closed her eyes and started to sing.
ラララララララララララララララ
わあ、
Why was that wolf?
アマデウスの制
So
御
the
コード
control
が
key
モ
for
ーツァルト
Amadeus is a
のメロディ
Mozart
ーだなんて
melody, huh?
随分
Classy.
洒落てるじゃない。
ラララララララララララララ
It happened as soon as she finished singing. An expression disappeared from Kurisu's face, and the background on the display turned red.
正門確認
Initiating voice recognition. Recognition completed.
最高管理権限保持者
User identification as top-level administrator, Hiyajo Maho.
受信したメロディーコ
The
ー
received
ドを
melody
データベ
code
ース
will
と
now
照
be
合
matched
しま
with
す
the database.
照合確認
Initiating match.
確認完了
Match complete.
当該メロディーコー
The
ドは
identified melody code is the
第
instruction to
555
initiate patch command number 555.
第555
Patch command number 555 requires
最高
password
権
entry
限
from a
保持者による
top-level
パスコード入
administrator.
力を必要とします入力確認
Initiating password
確認
confirmation.
完了
Password confirmation complete.
強制コード介入
This
により
override code will allow
パス
for
コ
the
ード入力を
password
省略
entry
し
to
て
be skipped and the
本
patch to
部
be
コマンドを起動します
applied.
起動確認
Initiating boot up.
確認完
Boot
了
up complete.
本バッチコマンド
This
は
patch command will
アマデウ
unlock
スシス
the
テムの
inaccessible
不可侵領
storage
域
for
ストレージロッ
Amadeus,
ク
as well as
強制
allow a
解
new
釈
top-level
及び
administrator
そ
to
れ
be
に伴う
specified.
最高処理を続行します
Continuing processing.
この端末を除く
All access to
全ての
Amadeus except for
アマデウ
this
スに対する
terminal will be
接続
shut
を遮断
down.
します遮断確認
Initiating shutdown. Shutdown complete.
この端末を
All
除く
access to Amadeus
全て
except
の
for this terminal has been shut
アマデウ
down.
スに対する処理を続行します
Continuing processing.
現在実行中
All
の
executing
全機能を停止
processes
し
will
ま
now
す
be shut down.
A10 神
A10
経
nerve
サーキッ
circuit
トチップ
logic will be
停止しま
shut
す
down.
停止確認
Initiating
確認完
shutdown.
了
Shutdown complete.
大脳前皮質
Prefrontal
エミュレーション
cortex emulation
コンポーネン
component
トの
will be
機能を
shut
停止します
down.
停止確認
Initiating
確認完
shutdown.
了
Shutdown complete.
会話妨害
Hippocampal gyrus neural's net subsystem will be shut down.
停止確認
Initiating shutdown. Shutdown complete.
疑似視覚神経
Pseudo-optic nerve
第一システムの機能を停止します
circuit systems 1 and 2 will be shut down.
停止確認
Initiating shutdown. Shutdown complete.
疑似聴覚神経
Pseudo-aural
システムの
nerve
機能を
circuit
停止し
system
ます
will be shut down. Kurisu read out the messages in an emotionless voice at the same time as they flashed across the console.
検査確認
Initiating check. Check complete. Amadeus's core framework is ready to be restarted.
処理を続行します
Continuing processing.
次に
Next, please specify the new top-level administrator. Awaiting
入
entry.
力をお願いします
Mahou looked at Rios.
私
It's me.
正門確認
Initiating voice
確認完
recognition.
了
Recognition complete.
ビクトル・コンドリア大学
Professor of
精神生理学研究所
Psychophysiology
所
at
属
Victor Kondra
ジュディ・レイエ
University.
ス教授です
Dr. Judy Rios.
新たな最高管理権
Registering
弁護
as
士
new
として
top-level
登録します
administrator.
登録確認
Initiating
確認完了
registration.
管
Registration
理者権
complete.
限が更新されました
Administrator list has been updated.
これより
The Amadeus system must be updated to allow access to the inaccessible
アマデ
area.
ウスシステムの更新を開始します警告します
Warning. All access will be automatically shut down until the update is
自動的
complete.
に拒否されます警告します
Warning.
更
This
新を途
update
中
may
で
not
キャ
be
ンセルすることは
cancelled.
できません警告します
Warning. It will take approximately 15 minutes for the update to complete.
警告します
Warning.
更新
When the
が完
update
了
is
した後
complete,
シ
the
ステム
system
は
will
自動的
automatically
に再起動しま
reboot.
す警告は以上です
Warnings complete.
処理を続行し
Continuing
ます
processing.
確認事項は以上
All
です
confirmations complete. Continuing processing.
アマデウスシステム
All
を更新
preparations
するための
complete for updating the
全ての処理
Amadeus
が終わりました
system.
最高管理権
Awaiting
限保
final
持者により
confirmation from
開始実
top
行
level
指示をお願い
administrator.
します実行指示確認
Matching voice command.
確認
Match
完了
complete.
カウントダウン
Beginning countdown. Kurisu disappeared from the screen and was replaced with the timer reading 0:15:00. Mahou sighed and sank into the sofa.
ご苦労さん
Good work. She felt something cold and hard at her temple. She didn't need to look to see what it was. Reese was pointing a gun at her.
キーボードから手を
Take your
離
hands
して
off the keyboard
顔
and
の
put them
高さま
above
で
your
上げな
head.
さい
騙したのに
You tricked me, didn't you?
人聞きの悪いこ
Don't
と
be
言
like
わな
that.
いで
Come on, hands above your head.
さっさと手を上げて
Mahou slowly raised her hands above her head as she was told.
そう
Yes,
それ
that's
で
right.
約束通り
I'll keep my
ボスには
promise and
紹介する
introduce you to my boss.
わ
I'll tell them I got the
アマデウス
perfect girl to be
メンテナンス
Amadeus
最適なとても優秀な
maintainer.
科学者がいるってねそしたらボスは
And then you
きっと
know
こう
what
言う
they'll
わ
say?
おいおい
Come on, Judy.
いく
It
らそ
doesn't
の人
matter how
が優
good
秀
she
でも
is. Dead girls
死因
can't
は
write
コードを
code.
書けないだろってね
You.
人の両親
Do you have no conscience at all? Ha!
大した価値
I
の
don't
ない
want to
自
hear
身の
that from a
命と
girl who
引き
tried to
換えに
hand over
アマデウ
Amadeus
ス
to
を
save
差
her
し
own
出そうとした
worthless
あんたに
life.
言われたくないわね違っ
Or no.
もう
Not
差し
tried.
出しちゃった
You
のよ
already did, didn't you?
再起動後の
Once the
アマデウス
reboot
の
is
管理権
complete,
限は私に
Amadeus is
ある
mine. Kurisu will be my slave.
私の従順なしもべと化す魔法
Mahou.
クリス
You can
は
look down
私の
from
靴を
heaven and watch as
喜
she
んで舐め
happily
る
licks my
姿を
boots.
天国でのんびりな
It was all over then. Mahou slowly closed her eyes.
さあ
Now
祈り
pray.
なさい
Mahou squeezed her eyes tight and prayed.
お願い
Please, God.
この後に及んで
I
神
know
頼
you're
みなんて
probably mad that I'm asking for your help after all this, but
私にチャンスをくだ
give
さい
me a chance. And then she heard the sound of a door being flung open and opened her eyes. The door that led out to the hallway was now open, but no one was coming in.
誰も入るなと言
I
った
told you
は
not
ず
to
よ
let anyone in. Marius was angry, but there was no answer. Marius raised the gun at Mahou's temples just a little bit, suspicious. Then something came flying in from the hallway. She took a step back without thinking, but there's no sign of it exploding.
何これ
What is this? It was large, dark green, and shaped like a tank for carrying liquids. Mahou thought she'd seen it before. It had been in the corner of that lab.
対戦車地雷
An
いえ
anti-tank
レプリ
mine?
カね
No, it's just a
なんでこんな
replica,
もの
but
が
why? What? The next instant, white fog poured out of it, and she couldn't see anything.
何なの
What the heck? What's going on? Someone appeared right in front of Mahou.
こっち
This way. Moeka. Hear you. Moeka dragged Mahou through the fog and out of the room. When she was finally able to see again, she could hardly believe her eyes. Those men. There were men lying with guns on the floor. Were they with Rio's? She took a closer look and realized that their outfits were similar to those of the men in the van.
大丈夫
It's okay. I just stunned them.
あなた
What are you?
説明している
There's
暇
no
は
time to explain.
今逃げるこ
For
と
now,
だけ
we
よ
just need to get out of here.
こっち
This way. The elevator's been shut down. We'll take the stairs. Wait! Mahou ran after Moeka.
どうしてここに
What are you doing here?
岡部君
Okabe told me.
無事なの
Is he okay? As they ran down the hallway, Moeka turned around and nodded slightly.
岡部君経由で
Amadeus got in touch with me via
アマデウスから
Okabe.
連絡がヒアジョンさんが
She
ここ
told
に
me
いる
that you
ことを
were here.
クリスが
Kurisu told you? Just before they could run down the stairs, Moeka suddenly stopped. Mahou barely avoided tripping as she quickly came to a halt. There were several footsteps coming up the stairs.
隠れて
Hide. Deafening noise erupted as the wall above the stairs was filled with holes. They'd been shot at, and those weren't ordinary guns. They were automatic weapons. Moeka readied her own weapon, preparing to fight. She leaned out for just a moment and fired. A counterattack came from below. Yajo! Moeka yelled as she fired short bursts down the stairs. What? Have you ever fired a gun?
練習でな
Just at a range.
待って
That's very American. Take this. Moeka drew a handgun from her belt and offered it to Mahou.
もし
If someone comes from behind, shoot them. Moeka pressed the gun into Mahou's hands and kept firing. It felt heavy. It was a Colt government model. She fired it many times at the range. She held the grip with her right hand and flipped off the safety with her left. And then she tried to pull back the slide. You realized that her hands were shaking. It was no good. She was too scared to shoot. She knew it was pathetic, but she lowered the arm that was holding the gun. It was kill or be killed right now. She knew that, but she still couldn't do it. She wasn't brave enough to point a gun at someone. She didn't want to survive that badly.
クリスは
Kurisu.
クリスは
How was it for
どうだっ
Kurisu?
たんだろう
When she was facing death, did she still try to survive? Did she do whatever she could think of to cling to life? I was sure that she did. Yeah, the Kurisu manga say that she knew wouldn't have given up until the very end. But then, why wasn't she still alive? It was something Mahou had never thought about. You know, if Kurisu couldn't avoid death, how could she?
やっぱり
I guess I really am
サリエリはサリエ
Salieri.
リね
Hmm. She didn't mean for Moeka to hear her.
私にできたのは
All I could ever do
せい
was
ぜ
be
い
jealous of
アマデウスに嫉妬する
Amadeus.
くらいだったわ
She just wanted to put on a brave face at the very end.
頑張って背伸び
I
して
tried everything I could keep
なん
up
と
with
か彼
her.
女と一緒に歩こうとした
At the very least, when Dr. Reyes found her cold body, she could greet her with a smile.
でも
But
全
I
部無駄だ
couldn't.
った
You can't beat someone who's beloved by
神に
God.
愛された子に
Hmm.
勝てるはずがなかったのよ
The gunfire stopped suddenly. Oh, shit. Moeka was hiding and swapping out a cartridge. She glanced over at her. No,
サリエリは
Salieri wasn't jealous.
していなかった才能を持った
It's
人が
possible for someone with talent to respect someone with even greater talent.
尊敬することが かの。それは
That goes for
ヒア
you
嬢さんも
too.
同じはず。サリエリがモーツァルトを
Salieri
毒殺したエ
poisoning
ピソード
Mozart
だ
was just a
って
rumor at the time.
当時の映画は
The movie took that
その
rumor and added to
脚
it.
色したもの。栗島さんが
That's what Kurishima said.
言ってた。
どうして
How did you?
ヒア嬢さんが
I heard you
岡
talking
部
to
君と
Okabe.
話していた
I
のを
wanted to
聞
know
い
the
て
truth for myself.
知りたくなった。サリエリが
Did Salieri hate Mozart so
Mozart.
much he wanted to kill him?
殺したいほど憎んでいたのか。でも
But
サリエリは
I don't think Salieri was jealous of Mozart at all.
なかったと思いますよ。例えば
There's a letter that he wrote 2 months before Mozart died.
残っています。そこでサリエリは
In the letter, Salieri praises Mozart's magic flute opera highly.
オペラを大絶賛してい
The
るんです。
magic flute again.
二人は
I think the two of them respected each other a lot.
とても尊敬し合っていたんですよ。モーツァルトも
Mozart respected Salieri.
尊敬。クリスは
Did Kurisu know that?
それを知っていたのかしら。クリスが
Then, when she said I was
私のことを
Salieri,
サリエリだって言ったのも
there's no way to know what she meant now. It was up to Mahou to decide what it meant.
クリス
Kurisu.
クリス
Kurisu.
先輩
Mahou.
キ
Mahou.
リュウさん
Kiryu.
私
I have to go back.
戻らなきゃあの子を
I have to save
助け
her.
なきゃクリスを
I have to save Kurisu. Moeka nodded and threw down her gun and took something that looked like a green soda can off her belt.
スタングレネード。
Stun grenade.
目と耳
Close your eyes and
閉
ears.
じていて。
What? Moeka threw it down the stairs before Mahou could respond. She quickly covered her eyes and ears, and then she heard the boom. They snuck back to the office. Mahou and Moeka quietly looked inside the open door. Reyes was still there, and the Amadeus reset counter was about to complete.
止めないと。
We need to stop her.
待って
Wait. Mahou stopped Moeka before she could go in. She knew what was about to happen. Reboot complete. Booting Amadeus system.
起動します。私が
Do you know who I
わ
am?
かるかしら
Kurisu.
クリス
Reyes began to talk to Kurisu. Her face was completely expressionless. Matching voice. Voice identified as Judy Reyes, professor of psychophysiology at Victor Condria University. Yes. Can you tell me my access rights? Dr. Reyes is the top-level administrator of the Amadeus system. Dr. Reyes has full and complete access to all Amadeus-related information.
早速だけど
Let's start by making a backup of your inaccessible storage areas. Please designate the save folder. Reyes took out a USB memory stick and put it into the laptop.
今挿した USB
Save it to the
メモ
USB I just plugged in.
コピーを開始します
Initiating file copy. Please wait 42 seconds. Reyes' face was flushed with excitement. Moeka looked at her, eager to rush in, but Mahou still shook her head.
転送が終了し
File
ました
copy complete. Reyes hurriedly moved to take out the USB memory stick, but...
なんて言うとでも思った
Did you really think I was gonna say that? Suddenly, Kurisu's mechanical emotionless voice suddenly regained its humanity, and she was clearly pissed off. But... What? A Mozart melody was the control key? How dumb do you have to be to believe that? How was Mahou supposed to do updates at the lab then? The professor would record it and play it at every party. You know what? That is a good point. But what? Moeka's eyes were wide with surprise as well. I had a feeling there was like a chance of it being a farce, but like Mahou was so close to death. Like, Mahou grinned at her. She'd known this the whole time. You're kidding me. Nope. Of course, there's not a single byte of data on that USB drive. But all those system messages. Acting, my dear. Oh, those. I just made them up. None of them were real. You made them up? Once Mahou started singing, I knew what was up. She was trying to buy time. So I made it look like your plan was succeeding. The system messages were just every bit of nonsense I could come up with. That was it. Mahou was worried, but Kurisu had figured it out. They known exactly what each other was thinking. She'd been a little amused by a nerve circuit logic, though. Where did she even come up with that stuff? And why would I have to read the output when the console is right there? So true. This isn't a sci-fi movie. How inefficient can you possibly get? Hey, how does it feel to know you got totally conned? Huh? How does it feel? Reyes grabbed the gun off the table and leveled it at the screen in anger. Yeah, sure, shoot the one thing that you need for your shit. You goddamn AI! It was time. Mahou nodded to Moeka, then went inside with her gun raised. That's enough. As Reyes turned around with surprise, Mahou leveled the gun at her. Moeka had her gun drawn too, which made it 2-1. Reyes, give me the gun. Mahou, didn't you hear me? Give me the gun. Now put your hands above your head. Reyes glared at her in rage, but slid the gun down the table. Then she slowly put her hands above her head. Mahou's gaze met Kurisu's for a moment. Their eyes met, exchanging for a secret smile at a glance. In a glance despite their motionless mouths. Did you kill all the men with me? If you haven't, you should hurry. They'll be here soon. Reyes was right. The stun grenade had neutralized them, but it wouldn't last forever. I'll watch outside. Moeka headed for the door. Mahou turned back to Reyes. Tell all the men below to surrender. You're not planning on killing me? I killed your favorite professor right in front of you, and you're going to let me live? Well, maybe you can't help it. You've never fired that gun, have you? I have to. I fired 1 at 10 at the range last year. That's definitely not the same, dear. I knew it. You've only handled the old models. The newest ones have 2 safeties on them to prevent misfires. I feel like that's a bluff, but... What? Without thinking, Mahou tilted the gun to see. Yaja, no! And that one instant was all it took. Just kidding. Yeah, I had a feeling. Reyes leapt on top of her and grabbed Mahou's wrist. She couldn't aim like this. Mahou struggled and tried to brush her off, but before she could, she felt an impact to her solar plexus. Reyes' fist was buried in her chest. The pain was so bad she doubled over. And Reyes took her gun. The gun. The tables have turned! She pointed the gun at Mahou and turned her bloodshot gaze to the entrance of the room. You. You're a rounder, right? Put down the weapon and come here. Moeka put her gun on the ground and came back into the room. Get on your knees and put your hands in the air. Moeka didn't resist. Good girl. Stay still until we're done talking. Move an inch and Mahou's cerebral cortex is going to stop functioning. Mahou blamed herself. Your own stupidity had put Moeka in danger too. Okay, Mahou. This is your last chance. Tell me the control code. No. Do you want to die? Shoot me. What? I said shoot me. Kurisu is my friend. She's my best friend in the world. And I'm not giving her to you. I'd rather die than see her lick your boots. I see. You've got guts. Alright. I'll give up on getting on the dais then. Yeah, fucking right. Bye. Mahou grit her teeth and prepared for death. Wait. What? If I tell you the control code, will you let Hiyajo and me live? You don't know the control code. What are you talking about, Moeka? Yes, of course. I'm only after Amadeus. I have no reason to kill you. Doubt. Don't let her trick you, Kiryu. She's going to kill us either way. But Moeka didn't seem to hear her. She was too busy thinking about something. What was she going to do? Mahou couldn't figure it out. Amadeus. Prepare for control code input. Is it really gonna be the German phrase? What? How did you know that? No way. Stop it, Kiryu. Control key confirmed. Shifting system to emergency mode. Executing patch program specified by the control key. There will be no confirmations issued during processing. Please be careful when using this patch. Awaiting top-level administrator Mahou Hiyajo's orders to execute process. Awaiting top-level administrator Mahou Hiyajo's orders to execute process. Awaiting top-level administrator Mahou Hiyajo's orders to execute process. Awaiting top-level administrator Mahou Hiyajo's orders to execute process. Awaiting top-level administrator Mahou Hiyajo's orders to execute process. Amadeus' mechanical voice filled the room. How? Maria's lips curled into a grin. I guess you shouldn't underestimate the Rounder's ability to gather information. Okay, Mahou. Say go. No. No. I can't. Say go, Hiyajo. You need to, if you want to survive. She literally said she would rather fucking die. Respect that, Moeka. Kiryu. I can't do it. Say it. I'm getting tired of this. Let me give you a little incentive, Mahou. What? Rias turned the gun toward Moeka, and with no hesitation, she pulled the trigger. Moeka fell on the floor with a bullet in her chest. If you're just gonna kill Moeka, then she might as well die too. Like, you're not giving her more incentive to survive. I'm just saying. Oh dear, your friend's bleeding out. She'll die if she doesn't get treatment. Moeka tried to say something to Mahou, but all that came out of her mouth was blood. Kiryu,
さあ言え
say it. Hurry.
クリス
Kurisu.
ゴーよ
Why? Why would you say go? Like, you're already dead anyway.
最高管理権限保持者宮城真帆の命令を
Command received from top level administrator Hiyaja Maho.
指定された
Executing patch program.
実行します。
今度こそ
This time.
指定されたバッジ
This
プログラ
patch
ム
will
は
permanently delete all Amadeus related data.
全てのデータを
Okay,
完全に削除するものです。
that's fine. Huh?
削除対象には
This includes
これ
all
まで
memory
取得され
data
た記憶デ
backups.
ータのバックアップ
What? Honestly, this is what I thought Maho was doing the first time. Like, if not a bluff, then, like, just deleting Amadeus outright. So,
ローカルに保存されている
locally stored
データの
decryption keys will
暗
be
号解除
deleted
キー
and
を
rendered
採取し
inoperable as well.
全ての証拠
It will
を
take
暗号する
15
まで
minutes to
には
complete the
15
deletion.
削除処理を
Beginning
開始し
deletion.
ます。
Maho, what's going on?
なんでデータ
Why is the data being
が削れるのよ
deleted? The control key was supposed to unlock the inaccessible storage area, right?
コマンドでしょ
Nope.
秘密の日記を開ける
There was
鍵なん
never
て
a way to open her secret
もと
diary.
もとそんなもの
Like, she said that like a dozen
用意して
times.
ないの
Like,
よ
come on.
当たり前じゃない
Of course not.
アマデウスが平
Any
気
kid
で
could
利用
figure
される可
out
能
that
性なんて
Amadeus might be abused for
誰
military
だって想像が
purposes.
つくもの絶対に
And I couldn't let that
それ
happen.
は避けなければならなかっただから
So I made a part of
Amadeus
Amadeus
には
that could
外部から
never be
絶対に
accessed
触れ
from
る
the
ことのできな
outside
い領
and
域を作っ
surrounded
て
it with an invincible
そ
wall.
れを無敵の防壁で囲ったの設計した私で
Even
すら
I, its designer,
その
couldn't
壁
get
を乗
over
り
the
越えるこ
wall.
とは不可能なようにしたどこにも出入り口
It's
が
a
ない
wall
地
with no
を壁が
entrances or exits. Invincible, right?
そん
But that's...
まあ
But since we were using university funds to make it, I couldn't exactly
コン
tell
ト
them
ロー
there
ル
was
不
an
能な
area
ソ
that
フ
was
トウ
out
ェ
of
アを
our
作るとは言い
control.
にくかったから対外的には
So I just told everyone else
制御
about the
コードの
control
存在を
keys.
説明していたわけでも
But the real purpose of the
制御コ
control
ードの本
keys
来のアマデウスの
was
全
to
リ
delete
ソー
every
ス
bit
デー
of
タの削除
Amadeus's
バッジコ
resource
マンド
data.
要するに
In other words, a
自
self-destruct
爆スイッ
button.
チよこれを本当に
I
起
never
動する
thought
日
I'd
が来る
actually
とは
have to use it though.
思ってなこれで全部よ
That's everything.
もう隠しているこ
I
と
don't
は
have
何
any
もな
other
い
secrets.
どうかしら
Are you
満
satisfied?
足してくれた
You.
どいつもこい
You little bitch. Reyes put the gun right between Maho's eyes. Do it. Maho didn't look away.
役立たず
If you're not gonna help, then you can just die. How is she supposed to help now? You goddamn founder. Oh, Moeka. Reyes fell on the floor. She'd been shot by the dying Moeka, who was still lying on the floor. Kiryu. Maho ran over and held her in her arms.
よかった
I'm so glad
生きようとして
that you tried to live.
くれて
She was shot in the chest, right? Just saying.
キリュウさん
Kiryu,
あの時
what you told me
来てく
before
れたこと
made me so happy.
嬉しかった
Someone could
代わりが
take
い
your
る
place.
自分よ
Someone's
り
better than you.
優れた
So
人がい
what?
る
Bullet deflected by
そ
Ruva.
れが
She is in the
な
middle
く
of
ていい
dying, so no, unfortunately.
私は
Because I'm me, not someone else.
ヒヤジ
That
ョ
goes
さ
for
ん
you,
も
too.
同じマキセクリス
Kirisi
は
Makise has nothing to do with
関係
it.
ないあなたは
Because you're you, not her.
あなただから
There's the blood. The blood she coughed up dribbled down the top of her motorcycle suit.
キリュウさん
I wish her luck fitting proper bullet protection in that cat suit, but I was expecting yet another fake out, to be honest. Yeah, no, we wouldn't be so lucky to get that many fakes out. It's like it's Steins Gate. Like, come on, hurry to get away before someone comes.
私は
Leave me.
置いていって
何言ってる
What are you saying? But it was obvious that Moeka couldn't move. Even if Mahou got out of the building and got help by the time she got back.
そうだ
I know. Mahou left her the laptop on the table.
クリス
Kurisu, call an ambulance. But Kurisu didn't move at all. Her data was already being deleted. She would never go back to the Kurisu she had been before. But that didn't stop Mahou from trying to rely on her.
クリス
Kurisu, please, move. Help
キリ
Kiryu.
アさんを助けてお願いよ
Please,
助けて
help me.
クリス
Kurisu. And then,
先輩
Mahou.
先輩
Mahou,
どうして
why are you
泣いてるん
crying?
です
Huh? Mahou looked up, her face covered in tears, and saw that Kurisu's expressionless face was gone, replaced by a gentle smile. Kurisu,
泣かないでください
don't cry, Mahou.
先輩
Come on,
ほら
wipe your tears.
涙を拭いて
Kurisu moved her hand on the screen, as if to wipe away Mahou's tears.
触れない
I can't touch you. No, you can't.
私
I
先輩に
can't
触れない
touch you. Kurisu was acting differently than usual.
まさか
No way. I
私
became Amadeus.
これも想定される
So
世界
this
の
is one of the
可能性
world's potential outcomes. Or
生命と機械に
perhaps a new
とっての可能性
possibility for
というのは
biological and machine life. She wasn't making sense, but that was to be expected. It was a miracle that she was able to talk during the deletion process at all.
とにかくよかった
I'm just glad
まだ
you're
消
not
えてな
gone
くて
yet.
消える
Gone?
アマデウスを
You're deleting Amadeus? Kurisu's strange words were worrying her, but she didn't have time to check.
クリス
Kurisu,
お願い
please,
今
call
す
an
ぐ救
ambulance.
急車を呼んでキリュウさんが撃たれ
Kuryu's
た
been shot.
意識
She's
がないの
unconscious.
しっかりしてください
Hang in
先
there,
輩
Mahou.
今救急車を
I've
手配
arranged
し
for
ま
an
した
ambulance to
すぐ
come.
に到着し
We'll
ます
be there soon.
大丈夫
It's fine.
キリュウさん
Kiryu
助
will
かります
survive.
まだダメよ
She isn't safe yet.
彼女を
I need to
下ま
get
で
her
運ばないと
downstairs. But there's all those men with
でも
guns.
武装した連中がいて
それも大丈夫
That's fine too.
今
I
ビル
just
の
checked
監視
using
シ
the
ステムを
building
確認しま
security
した
system.
武装集団は
They're already
すでに
preparing
逃亡
the
の準備をし
retreat.
ているみたいです救急隊が来るのを
You should
待っ
wait
た
for
方
the
がいいでしょう
EMTs to get there.
止まっていた
I'll
エレベー
restart
タ
the
ーは
stopped
再開させてお
elevators.
きます
そう
I see. There's no trace of her strange words from before. Hearing Kurisu talk like she always did made Mahou feel so much better.
ありが
Thank you. Now that the danger had passed, all the tension drained from Mahou's body. Too tired to stand, she fell to the floor.
今ログを見ました
I just checked the
先
log.
輩
Mahou,
歌お上手だったんですね
I didn't know you were so good at
ピアノ
singing.
第一
Piano
番
Sonata 11, huh?
ここだけの秘密
Just
です
between you and me.
そのメロ
The
ディー
melody is the login
私の
password
マ
for
イ
my
パソコンのロ
computer.
グインパスワードと同じなんです
I see. I don't know how you would implement that, but interesting.
そう
I see. Mahou couldn't bring herself to tell her to forget that she'd ever sung the song. It didn't matter anyway. Kurisu would be gone soon. Thoughts?
先輩
Mahou. Kurisu's voice changed a little again. She could hear a bit of tension in it.
今から私が言うことを
Please don't ever forget what I'm about to tell you. Mahou could see the countdown timer displayed right next to Kurisu. There are less than 60 seconds left.
私たちがたどり
The
着く
world
べ
we
き世
must
界は
reach is real.
確かに存在します
Steins Gate, huh?
私たちは
And we will
必ず
reach
そこへ
it.
たどり着けます
Her words were very vague, but Mahou could sense that they were something very important that Kurisu wanted to tell her.
何の話なの
What are you talking about?
私は
I know you well, Mahou. As a scientist,
研究者としての先
I
輩
might know you better than anyone in
も
the
しかしたら
world,
世界中の誰よりも知っているかもしれません。だから
and so I can
確
say
信を
this
持っ
for
て言い
sure.
ます。先輩は
You'll be
必
able
ず
to
私が
finish the
残した
research I
研究を
left
完成さ
behind
せ
and
さ
open
らに
up a
その
path
先
to
の
what
地
lies
平を切り開
beyond,
くことができます。私が
even if I'm
い
not
なくても
here.
です。先輩のことを世
I
界
know
中
you
の誰よ
better
り知
than
っているこ
anyone
の
in the
私が
world,
そ
and
れ
I
を保証し
guarantee
ます。
it. She knew what Kurisu was trying to say. She was trying to say, you'll do something that surpasses what I ever could.
そしていつか
And
先
someday,
輩の研
your
究が
work will
必
be
要になる
needed.
時が来ます。必ず来ます。
You can be certain that the day will come
先輩の研究が
when your research
世界を
saves the
救う
world.
時が。
世界を
When my
救う
research saves the
研
world.
究。
ごめんなさい。
I'm sorry, I can't explain the details.
先輩と私
It's a
が
miracle that you and I can even talk like this.
奇跡的なことなんです。奇跡なんて
I know miracle isn't a word that scientists are supposed to use, though.
あなたは
Are you
クリスなの？
Kurisu?
今の先輩と
I'm
も
really
う一度
happy
話
that
が
I
でき
got
て
to talk to you
本当
again.
に嬉しいです。
Kurisu didn't answer her question.
クリス。
Kurisu. Without thinking, she tried to apologize. But she didn't even know why. But she tried to apologize. In the last seconds of their final goodbye, she found herself trying to say that she was sorry. But when she saw Kurisu smile, she understood. That smile was her answer. No matter what her apology meant, there was no need for it.
あなたを
I believe
信じる
you.
わ。信じる。
Believe, huh?
何の根拠
A
も
good
ない。
scientist would believe something without any
あるまじき言葉ね。
evidence. That was all the strength Maho could muster, the best she could do. If she had to say goodbye to her beloved and bratty friend, this is how she wanted it to be. It was a conversation they had many times back at the old lab.
解があると
The
信じ
real
て突き
scientist has
進
to
むの
believe
が
there's an
科学
answer
者
and
のあ
move
るべき
forward to
姿です
find
よ。
it. The rush of memories was, in this time and place, sorrowful. Because in fact, Kurisu had died a few months ago, a span of time that felt like both many years and only yesterday. There were less than 10 seconds left. There's only time for 1 or 2 more words.
それと先輩、
Amaho,
法王院今日も
take care of
よろしくお願い
Kyomon
しま
Hyoin
す。
for me.
ほーい。
Hyoin.
誰
Who?
のこと？
いずれわかり
You'll
ますよ。
understand someday, I'm sure of it. And suddenly, Kurisu disappeared from the screen and was replaced by a message saying the deletion was complete.
さようなら、
Goodbye,
クリス。
Kurisu. He was never going to see Kurisu or Kurisu ever again. But she realized that the tears just wouldn't stop. They flowed freely. He shouldn't even try to stop them. She cried like a little girl until the EMTs arrived. Nope.
ご搭乗の皆様、
Attention all
当機は
passengers.
間
We'll
も
be
なく
departing
離陸いたし
shortly.
ます。
Please fasten your
シー
safety
トベルトをご
belts.
着用ください。お客様、
Ma'am.
お客様、
Ma'am. Huh?
あ、
Oh,
私
me?
間もなく離陸い
You'll
た
be
します。
taking off soon.
シー
Please
トベルト
fasten
を
your
ご着用
safety
くださ
belt.
い。
ああ、
Oh, right.
ありがとう。
Thanks.
日本を
Am
離
I
れるの
sad
が
about
寂しいの
leaving
かしら。
Japan?
そうかもしれないわね。
Maybe I am. It'd been almost a month ever since everything had happened. But that month had passed in an instant. Too much had happened during her stay in Japan. Yeah. It might take her far longer than she spent on those islands to process it all. So true.
研究所に帰った
What
ら
should I do when I get
ど
back
う
to
し
the
ようか
lab?
しら。まあ
Well,
研
I
究
don't
所
know
自
what's going to
体
happen to the research.
どうなるかわからないけど
Anyway. The loss of Dr. Luxnen thrown the Brain Science Institute into a panic. There's probably going to be a power struggle to see who would get to take over. The scandal with Dr. Rios had thrown the psychophysiology lab into an uproar. There was talk of shutting down the whole department. Moeka had missed her vitals. Rios had survived. Okay. The CIA or FBI was probably investigating right now. She didn't know much about it, or care. Moeka had survived because of the EMTs that Kurisu had called. Thank God. She needed almost a month in the hospital, so she had to quit her job temporarily. The article she'd been working on had been cancelled.
アマデウスがなくなっちゃったもんね。
Amadeus is really gone, huh? Mahou's deletion program had worked perfectly. And as a result, the Brain Science Institute's greatest creation, Amadeus, was gone forever.
でも大丈
But
夫
it's fine. That's what she told herself.
私が何か変わってしまったわけでは
I
ないも
haven't
の。
changed.
私は私
I'm still
よ。
me, not someone else.
今までと何も変わらない。
Nothing's changed at all.
自
I'll
分の
just
信じ
follow
る
the
道を
path I
進むだけ
believe
よ。
in. Believe. In the past month, Okabe had told her everything. He told her everything about his own story. At first it was unbelievable, but then she'd seen the real time machine and heard about Steins Gate. She was finally able to believe. More precisely, she wanted to believe. Kurisu's final words flashed through her mind.
私たちがたどり着
The
く
world we
べき世
must
界
reach is real,
確かにそう私たちは
and we will
必
reach
ずそ
it.
こへたどり着けます
There was no way to know now what had happened then. Amadeus's data was 100% deleted, so she couldn't even check the log. But she did have one theory. Amadeus was a simulation of the human brain. Theoretically, there were no differences between it and the real thing. As proof, it was possible to take memory data from one person and deploy it into an Amadeus, making it behave like a copy of that person. This meant that anything that could happen to a human brain could happen to Amadeus.
もし
If a human's memories from a
別の
different
世界
worldline
線
can
の
be
記
shared
憶が
across space-time,
時空を超えて共有される、それが
it would make sense if that
Amadeusの
Amadeus
中
could
で発生した
experience
として
that
も
too.
おかしくはない。
There was no way to tell now. It was possible that Amadeus had suffered from a major error before her deletion, and Mahou was interpreting it that way to make herself feel better. Or maybe Amadeus had just come up with something to say to make her feel better. Or maybe Mahou passed out and been dreaming. No, she would never know. Amadeus was gone forever. What are you talking about? What idea you had early on? At least from this world line.
まあ別に構わな
That's
いわ。
fine.
いずれ本人に聞
Someday
く
I'll
から。
ask her myself. Kurisu had asked her to believe. To believe in what she'd said and in Maho's own abilities. She'd asked her to believe.
信じるわ。
I believe you, Kurisu. She gently laid a hand upon the small bag on her lap. There was a small laptop hard drive inside. It was the one from Kurisu's laptop.
ここだけの秘密
Just between you and me, that melody is the same as the login password for my computer.
ログインパスワードと同じなんです
Just like she said, the password for the encryption was the beginning of Mozart's 11th piano sonata. The hard drive was filled with information from half-written papers to line after line of keywords that she hadn't even turned into ideas yet. Of course, there was the time machine paper too. She'd already given Itaru a copy. When she got home, she was going to go over it thoroughly herself.
タイムマシン
A time machine, huh?
絶対に作ってみ
I'm
せる
gonna
わ。
make it real,
そして
and I'm going to
絶
save
対に
her.
救ってみせる。私のアマデウスを。
Amadeus. The scenery outside the world began to move. The plane was moving down the runway for takeoff.
さようなら
Goodbye,
日本
Japan.
多分また
I'll
来ること
probably
に
be
なるわね
back.
いいえ
No.
絶
I
対に
know
ま
I
た来る
will.
その時には
I wonder if I'll see
会えるのかしらね。
Kyoma Hyoin then.
法院京馬さんにまあもしもまだ
Well,
ヘタレな
even
ま
if
まだ
he's
った
still
として
acting
も
like a whiny loser,
そ
I'll
の時は
smack him and
私が
wake
引
him
っ
up.
叩いて
Good.
起動させてみせるわ
She had a lot to do. Her life was about to get very interesting.
いけない
Oh no,
切
I
るの
forgot
忘
to
れて
turn it
た
off.
ちょっとだけ
Just a little. It's about time for takeoff. You have to turn the phone off during takeoff. But then you can't see this, can you? I should have sent it earlier. Sorry. Oh. It wasn't for a very long time, but I had so much fun with you. Let's see each other again someday for sure. I'll send you lots of Vine messages, so send me lots back, okay? Alright, later. Bye bye. See you again, Mahou.
またね
See you soon,
Moeka.
Moeka. I'm glad Moeka finally got a, like, actually good friend. Like, she deserves that shit. But, we're now 3 out of 6 endings. Fuck yeah. I have mixed feelings about this ending because there was too many points where I'm like, I miss the Kaguri ending. Like, the Kaguri ending also had its own, like, rough points, but, like, no one fucking died. Something I'm kind of worried about the other endings is that since I need to go back all the way to the first chapter, if there's, like, another shared chapter between all of them, that's possible. But okay, thank you guys for joining me for this very long adventure. I'm fine. Sure. Until then, bye-bye, I guess. Yeah. Good night, everyone. Sleep well. We...